is a different kind of car.
Ladies and gentlemen,
For a different kind of drive.
ladies and gentlemen,
For the drive to create a new kind of family car that became a new kind of race car. For the drive to rebel, zag. For the drive that's inside you and inside us. That's the drive under the hood of every Mini. Because every Mini is for the drive.
rocket like rocket fuel.
Good morning. Just letting you know that the opening session begins in 5 minutes, so if you have any last minute things you want to attend to, now's the time.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the first Kentucky Comebacker Convening. My name is Lee Nimmux, and I work at the Council on Post-Secondary Education, or as many of you know, CPE. For those of you who know our organization and the work that we do, you'll know that our main focus is to get more Kentuckians more highly educated. You'll hear tomorrow from CPE President Aaron Thompson, who'll share this in more detail, but we've set a big goal in Kentucky to increase the percentage of our citizens with a post-secondary certificate or degree to 60% by 2020. This may not seem like a heavy lift. We're already at about 45% of our population now with a post-secondary certificate or degree, but it will be a huge challenge. And the challenge is compounded by the fact that over the next several years, Kentucky's high school population is actually going to decline. And it's further compounded on top of that because we are beginning to see a decline in the percentage of our high school graduates going on to post-secondary education, or at least immediately going on to post-secondary education. So if we are going to reach our goal and continue to provide the kind of educational opportunity the state needs, as well as maintain healthy and sustainable levels of enrollment at your campuses, we have to be more effective in recruiting, enrolling, and graduating more adult learners. So of course, that's what this convening is all about. Over the next 2 days, you'll hear from over 30 national and local speakers about specific ways you can better serve adult students on your campuses and improve their success rates. As you attend these sessions, we challenge you to open your minds, get curious, creative, and see how all of these strategies, or some of them, could be implemented on your campuses. So before we get going, just a few housekeeping items. We're going to be in this room until 1:45, but we're going to break at 11:30 for a buffet lunch. So during the Q&A periods in the plenary sessions, we will have staff with mics. Be sure to use these. Voices do not carry well in this room. We'll have slide decks and handouts of the convening's presenters, and with their permission, we'll post them on our website next week. We're also live streaming the plenary sessions in this room, and we'll put the recordings on our YouTube page. So if you hear something you like, please go to that page and shoot it on to friends and let them know what you heard. We also encourage you to tweet and share insights. So we've got the hashtags that you should add to your tweets and on your posts. So hashtag Comebacker Convening and hashtag Kentucky Higher Education Matters. And last, please take every opportunity to network over the next 2 days. There'll be a reception this afternoon, and we also encourage you to invite new friends to dinner and get to know what they're doing on other campuses. If we're going to be successful in our efforts to raise educational attainment in Kentucky, we have to do it as a team. We have to do it collectively and together. So let's get started. It is my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Hadass Sheffer, who will give us a national perspective on how to increase adult college completion and how the Graduate Network is playing a role. She is the founding president of the Graduate Network and the co-founder and first executive director of Graduate Philadelphia, which is the program that launched the national network. The Graduate Network works with states, communities, and campuses to better align systems so that every adult has the resources and connections to earn their post-secondary credentials and realize their career and personal goals. Under Dr. Sheffer's leadership, the Graduate Network is building regional and state capacity across the country to get more adults to finish college. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sheffer to the stage.
Good morning. It is a pleasure to be in Louisville. I count Louisville as my home away from home because of all the great work that is being done here. Some of our staff are based in Louisville, and I see a lot of friends in the audience. I'm really honored by the turnout here. I was looking at the attendee list, and you have brought here together, Lee, some of the most powerful voices across the country that are working to advance the cause of adult learners who want to go back and finish. I have a clicker here somewhere. Apologies. Is this? Yeah. Ah, okay, that's me. And that's our map. This is where the graduate network works. So what we do with the graduate network is we have developed several approaches to increase graduation levels. You can hear more later in some of our sessions, but overall we have found that early interventions with adults from the point where they are expressing an interest to go back to college all the way through graduation, if you can surround them with supports, not just with the college supports, but with other community-based supports, we can increase the completion rate of this population of people who started college but did not finish from 0, because these are people who are not going to go back to college, to over 80%. We have shared our information with communities in 41 locations across the United States, including several states. You can see our map. You can see that Louisville is on the map. In Louisville, we joined forces with 55,000 Degrees probably 8 or 9 years ago. We learned a lot from you, and we hope that you learned from us as well. So, what have we learned over the years? Wrong way. We learned that calling people dropouts is a game stopper. And so we looked for a reframing. We wanted to reframe this population as an asset rather than a deficit. And so we coined the name Comebacker back in, I think, 2004 and 2005. And I think in many of the places where we operate, there are other names. Reconnector is a name that's used in Tennessee, and it also carries this meaning of lifting up, reconnecting, moving forward. According to the National Student Clearinghouse Some College No Degree report, which was released late last year, there are 3.8 million some college no degree students who are within striking distance of getting their degree, of completing. Of those 3.8 million who re-enrolled since 2013, 25% graduated and 29% were still enrolled as of December 2018 when the report came out, for a combined success and progress rate of 54% among re-enrollees. Now, this includes everyone who re-enrolled, people who re-enrolled with support from their employer and people who re-enrolled by themselves, people who were able to find scholarship money and people who did it by themselves. Across the 14 communities that we surveyed that had longitudinal data, we found that in a 5-year window, slightly more than 27% actually graduated. But what we found was that 66% were still persisting. And we define persistence in 2 ways. We look at it from the perspective of the National Student Clearinghouse, which I think is the methodology that many of you use, and you can hear more about it from Tanya Garcia, I think, later on today or tomorrow. But we also look at persistence over a longer period of time. We know that when adults go back, it can take them years to graduate. So we started looking at their history to see what we could learn that would predict their future behavior from their history. And I don't have the slide for that. You'll have to come to my session later, or we'll hand out the information. But what we found was that when we looked 20 years back, in addition to the 5 years of data that we collected, we found very specific patterns of persistence. We found that about 60% of people, 60 to 70% of people persisted in the way that you would expect them to once they get back to your institutions. You re-enrolled them, you served them well, and they graduated. We also found about 14% of students who graduated the moment they were back on campus, the moment they connected to your university. We're still a little bit puzzled about that. We think that there was some administrative hurdle that they cleared. That is a huge opportunity for your institutions to look at what people have accomplished. And if you can bring back all their credits, if you can help them clear some administrative hurdles, they might have some back balance. I know some places have been trying to clear these back balances away from students. These are not large sums. On average, they're between $500 and $800, but they're keeping people from being able to access their degrees. And then we found another 20-some percent, you can do the math, who had a pattern of enrolling, stopping out, enrolling, stopping out. For some of your institutions, their pattern would have made them stop outs, and maybe you can't see them anymore. But they are persisting at their own pace because they have to work, because things happen, because they have children. And the patterns of these persistence are remarkably stable over time for people. People will take between a semester and a year of college, and it's mostly not full-time because they can't do it, they can't afford it. And then they'll stop out from anywhere between 6 to 18 months, which if you're tracking them, you may be losing sight of them. So our biggest conclusion from my work over 15 years, is that adults need more preparation, more support, and more time. Adults are twice as likely to re-enroll if they have a goal, if they have a very specific goal in mind. And they need support. We found that people who spoke with an advisor or a navigator, this is before they even connect with your colleges, someone in the community who supported them, they were more likely to enroll. Now, we looked at the number of these quality, we call them high quality conversations. These are not check-ins by phone, they're not a text that just goes out. This is an actual conversation. It can be by phone, it can be a text exchange, it can be in person. We found that when people had between 3 and 10 interactions with someone who was supporting them, it more than doubled the rate of their going back. When those interactions were at about 14, it quadrupled the likelihood of that person going back and being successful. And it takes time. The adults who graduated through our services spent close to 8 months preparing for re-enrollment. And that includes time that they had to spend getting transcripts, paying off back debt, navigating systems, but also learning about themselves, what they really wanted to do once they were back. 16% spent more than a year, perhaps as much due to the twice annual semester start dates. If some people want to go to an institution that only has 2 major start dates and they miss one, they will have to wait. We identified 8 factors that really predict completion. The first factor is age upon returning to college. I know that a lot of people will find this very interesting, but the most predictive age was 46 years old. As our researcher said, people are figuring they're running out of time. The economy is moving ahead. They're not going to be retiring anytime soon. They're not going to be retiring at 65. There's still time to retool. Family annual income. Adults don't really know how to go about accessing financial aid. They don't think financial aid is there for them. I want to highlight the efforts in Tennessee with the Tennessee, it started as the Tennessee Reconnect, now it's the Tennessee Navigate Reconnect initiative that has helped thousands, I think tens of thousands of people go back free to complete their degree. And you'll hear more from Mike Krause later about how this is paying off. But we have to wonder, to consider what we're doing when we're asking someone who's living below the poverty level to go back to school on their own dime because it will change their lives. They know it's going to change their lives. What can we do to relieve the financial burden? We want them back. Education level at intake. So some of the comebackers that engage with our graduate programs already have 2-year degrees, but they want to go back for more. And I think it's telling that after a 2-year degree, people are still asking for more support and enrolling in a 4-year completion program. And so we need to be there for them. Defaulted student loans. I think that's the big elephant in the room that we all see. We don't quite know what to do about it. So I'm here to suggest that counseling people with defaulted loans, looking carefully at how they can move out of default status is a winning strategy, but also don't discount the people who do have defaulted loans. They too are going back. They may be changing institutions. They may be relinquishing all the credits, but they are graduating. Referral source, who they heard about your college or about the importance of going back to school is important. People are hearing, they're talking about it in churches, they're talking about it in neighborhoods, friends are helping friends, families are helping family members, and colleges are doing outreach. If that outreach is done with a sort of an expansive mindset, in situations like college fairs, where colleges will refer comebackers to other colleges because they know truthfully this person is not going to come back to my college, but there's a college down the street that will open their arms to them, that is a winning strategy. We tried that in Philadelphia 14 years ago. We paired colleges up. We said at a fair, if someone doesn't seem like they'd be a good fit for you, here's another college that's about 10 miles away and across the river. You're not sharing students because that river is a huge boundary in Philadelphia. Refer them to that other college and see what happens. And enrollments went up for both. And adults said, you know, that college didn't work for me, but it might work for my friend down the street. So having a broader understanding of who the colleges are in your catchment area and not being afraid to refer people to them if that's going to be the better outcome for them is going to pay back in benefits for you as well. Readiness and eagerness to start. We know that readiness is not the same as eagerness to start. A lot of people are eager to start, but they're not always ready. Sometimes they need academic supports. But adults and everyone in this world now is ready to go immediately, right? You wake up at 2 in the morning with a panic attack. I need to go back to college. You need to have someplace on the internet where you can click. And that's where for-profit institutions are excelling. Not all of them are doing such a great job at graduating people or retaining them, but they're excelling. So we have been trying to find ways to make response rates faster, and also to acknowledge the fact that adult students are not waiting. When they want to move, they'll move. The top reasons for returning. Personal satisfaction is still about 50% of people who are returning through the graduate network say that they're doing it for personal satisfaction. We think it's great, but it could be masking other Other reasons, we work with employers, so sometimes there's an interaction there. But people are also looking to make a career change. About 60% of people said that they were going back to college because they were looking to make a career change. Required by employer for promotion were still very strong reasons for returning, but they were a lower predictor of completion. And then employer tuition benefits. Many of our comebackers don't know about the benefits that they can access. They don't know about Pell Grants. They don't know about other opportunities. They're not looking for grants from other resources. And some of them don't even understand if their employer has tuition benefits programs. So if you're an employer, we really recommend that you look at where the page about tuition benefits is on your intranet. Is it hidden? Is that pot of money used for other things and runs out early in the year? So I hope I've given you some food for thought. And I know that over the next 2 days, we'll have lots more conversations. You'll hear a lot more about programs that are working, programs that are aspirational, speakers who are inspirational. And so I'm really honored to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Gloria McCall. She's Vice President of the Kentucky Community and Technical College System. Dr. McCall helps to shape the governing policies and procedures that impact the education of thousands of Kentuckians across the Commonwealth. She provides leadership and service and support to all KCTS colleges. She specifically oversees, and this is important, strategic enrollment management, cultural diversity, financial aid, student development services, retention, admission records and registrations, and standardization and the system's knowledge base. I think it's incredibly powerful that a system empowers and consolidates all these roles with a person who has a vision and is helping move Kentucky forward. Previously, she was dean at Cuyahoga Community College. I am so happy to introduce you to Dr. McCall.
Good morning, everyone. I am so excited to be here this morning to share with you what we at the Kentucky Community and Technical College are doing in regards to the adult student recruitment. On behalf of Dr. Jay Box, president of the system, I bring you greetings and his regrets that he could not be here with you today due to a family emergency or situation. Before I talk to you, though, about the adult student, I'd like to just share a couple of moments, if you will indulge me, to tell you a little bit about KCTCS. KCTCS was created by the General Assembly in 1997 as part of one of the broadest changes to higher education ever made in Kentucky. The legislation combined the state's community colleges that were then a part of the University of Kentucky and the state-run technical colleges. Together, there were 29 entities, and today we have 16 comprehensive community and technical colleges with over 70 locations. Over the last 20-plus years, KCTCS has become the state's largest provider of higher education. Part of our mandated mission is to provide workforce and training and readiness. We work with thousands of businesses, all across the state to align our programs with their needs for new and incumbent workers. This ensures our colleges are providing the education and training students need to step out into a job in their communities. When KCTCS was created, increased access to higher education was the top priority. We now have locations right in the backyards of most Kentuckians. This is part of the reason for our 111% increase in enrollment since we were created. Many people don't realize how large KCTCS is. They have a good understanding, though, of their local college, but as a system, we are serving nearly 170,000 students. Compare that number, if you will, to the 113,000 students attending all 8 public universities. We also have more than 60,000 students enrolled in online courses. That's the most of any higher education institution in Kentucky. We are the state's largest provider of dual credit too. Overall, approximately 35,000 Kentucky high school students take dual credit classes, and nearly 20,000 of them are doing it so at our colleges. One of the things we're most proud of is how we are helping to increase the education attainment levels in the Commonwealth. We have increased the number of credentials awarded by nearly 300% since we were created. I'm excited also to tell you that KCTCS is now 8th in the nation in the number of credentials awarded by 2-year public colleges. Now, based on our population, we are number 2 in that same field. Just as important, 78% of those credentials were awarded last year in programs in the state's top 5 job sectors. And those are healthcare, business and IT, transportation and logistics, construction and skilled trades, and advanced manufacturing. Our mission is to improve the lives and affordability of Kentuckians, and to date, we have done so for almost 1 million people. Now let's switch gears, if you will, and take a look at today's workforce needs and what our 16 colleges and their partners are working on. As you know, employment is very low in Kentucky. I'm hoping I'm on the right slide. Okay. It's very low in Kentucky. Thousands of people across the state are unemployed for a variety of reasons, or they are underemployed because they don't have the skills needed for today's jobs. You probably also know that our workforce participation rate in Kentucky is one of the lowest in the country. We are ranked number 42 with a workforce participation rate of just over 59%. The national average, however, is 62.7%. Now, these numbers discourage new businesses from locating here in Kentucky, and it makes it very difficult for our current businesses to expand their workforce. But I want you to know that Dr. Box has been working with the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce's Business Education Roundtable to try to change that. This public-private partnership between education, business, and government agencies is the first step to moving Kentucky forward. According to a 2018 survey by the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce, more than half of Kentucky employers are struggling to find skilled and education workers. But that doesn't mean they aren't seeking people with bachelor's degrees. Employers need people who have earned industry-specific credentials or associate degrees to work in today's high-tech world. They also want you, to train more quickly. That's why competency-based education is so very important today. For employers, it's less about seat time and semesters and more about showing a student's mastery of a subject, which allows them to move to the next class at their own pace. Employers are less interested in the traditional transcripts and more interested in seeing how a student has developed the right skill sets to work. This includes employability skills like soft skills, which many business leaders are saying is lacking in today's workforce. Some companies are so keen on getting workers trained quickly, much quicker than we are, that they are developing their own in-house training and skipping higher education altogether. Now, we don't want that, do we? So, in a moment, I'll tell you a little bit about some of the programs our colleges have developed to move students quickly through the pipeline. Before we get into that area, though, I think I would like to share with you a little bit about the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship. This is Kentucky's answer to free college for free community college for students who are pursuing a technical path. This includes those 5 sectors I mentioned earlier. The scholarship itself, which is administered by KIA, covers up to 60 credit hours, which equals most associate degrees. It is open to Kentucky residents of all ages who have not earned a degree. We have promoted the scholarship through a variety of avenues, including a dedicated website that features an inquiry form that goes into our customer relations management system, that is the CRM system. This allows recruiters to follow up and assist prospective students throughout the process. For the last year, all of our advising has focused on the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship. You can see here, I'm not keeping up. I'm probably going to forward. As you can see here, how many students have taken advantage of the program so far and how much money has been awarded. The number of students using the scholarship has grown from 944 the first year to cover over 2,100 during the fall semester. We expect by the end of this academic year, we will have awarded $7 million in Work Ready scholarship funds. More men than women have received the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship, and the majority of the recipients are under 25. Since our dual credit students became eligible for scholarship, that has caused the age of our recipients to skew a little younger. So far, we have awarded 3,066 total credentials. 340 of those were associate degrees. Here, you can see how and which programs our scholarships have students enrolled or have received certificates in. Again, these are in the high demand fields in Kentucky that the scholarship covers. The majority are in healthcare and business and in IT. These are numerous job openings in these two particular fields. And our graduates are earning good salaries in their careers. Another program aimed at adults in the GED Plus program. There are approximately, as we all have heard perhaps by now, over 335,000 Kentuckians who do not have a diploma or a GED. Now, I know this is probably a little difficult for you to believe in the year 2020. 335,000 Kentuckians without a GED or diploma. The program that I'm speaking of, the GED Plus program, is a partnership with Skills U, which allows GED-seeking students to earn a short-term college credential at the same time they are earning their GED. The credential is covered by the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship. KCTCS also provides an additional $400 to help students cover their cost. This program was introduced last year, and enrollment has been a little lower than we had anticipated. But we are excited because we expect that number to improve because of the free GED test that is now available to those participants, which will then inform them a little more about GED Plus. We've been promoting GED Plus via a website, radio, and digital ad campaigns. We've developed materials that our colleges and Skills U have been using to create awareness of the scholarship as well. I want to just share a couple of GED Plus success stories with you today. You see here on the picture, oh, wrong person, on this picture, Elizabeth Willis and her daughter. Elizabeth earned her GED last fall while enrolled in a course at Jefferson Community and Technical College. She plans to become a nurse and has earned a 4.0 GPA so far. It's not surprising, though, that Elizabeth wanted her daughter in this picture. We know our adult students feel they are role models for their children, even other adult members in their families. We also know that many times when one adult enrolls, other family members may soon join them. We are also proud of Tim Stockwell. Tim is another Jefferson student who has earned a 4.0 GPA. He has completed now 2 semesters in the welding technology program. GED Plus students have one-on-one wraparound services that's provided by career navigators and success coaches. This helps them to build their confidence and to see that they not only can earn just a GED, but also they can do college level work. This program, the GED Plus program, is working. people are improving their skill level and going to work. Now, a few minutes ago, we heard from the founder of the Graduate Network. KCTCS is also proud to be a partner in this important adult program. One of the first things we've done as a part of this grant program is to institute a college ambassador pilot program with 3 of our colleges: Hazard Community and Technical College, Jefferson Community and Technical College, and Madisonville Community College. This was done to enhance adult-friendly programs using the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship. The target audience for this is adults with no prior education beyond high school, African Americans and Latinos, and low-income adult students in distressed urban and rural areas. The premise is for 45 community leaders to reach out to 45 prospective adult students to encourage them to go to college or to finish a program they've started. In addition to the ambassador program, we are also working on a new marketing campaign targeting adults. This will be a multi-pronged statewide approach and will feature a radio jingle created by Be Still from the band Nappy Roots. Have you all heard of that band before? I haven't, but that's what they're working on, the marketing folks. Okay. The 3 colleges involved in the ambassador program already have developed some programs focusing adults that have proven successful. One of those programs at Madisonville Community College is called MCC Accelerate. The program is targeted to working adults. Students take 1 class at a time, 1 night a week. Not only are the students able to complete the degree in 2 years, they will also earn multiple certificates during the process. Okay. Brian Jones here in the photo, who works for the city of Madisonville, has taken advantage of this program, which is covered by the network and Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship. Brian was referred to the college through the ambassador program, and he's working towards his associate degree so that he can then transfer to a 4-year university to earn his bachelor's degree. Bringing more adult students through our doors is a top priority for KCTCS. All of our 16 colleges have increased their programs and services for adults. They are doing this by providing more flexible scheduling, such as night and weekend classes to help working adults. They're also adding more short-term classes like commercial driver's license training and the linesman program. The next big thing we're doing as a part of the alumna grant through the Graduate Network is the addition of a new hotline. Yes, a new hotline. This fall, we will set up a call center staffed by advisors who can offer one-on-one support to help adults navigate their own college journeys. We'll also be setting up a chat function on our websites. We're so very proud to do this in partnership with SkillsU, the Cabinet for Education and Workforce Development, KIA, and Kentucky Lottery. The last initiative I want to talk about this morning with you are ways in which we're removing barriers for adult students. We know attending college can be daunting for many adults for a number of reasons. Therefore, we have looked for ways to minimize those barriers by partnering with outside agencies, to offer childcare on some of our campuses and working with local bus companies to provide free transportation for our students. We've opened pantries for food and other necessities like diapers and personal hygiene products at all of our colleges. In summary, for me this morning, we have really, I would say, a laser focused on educating more of Kentucky adults so that they can work in higher paying jobs in their communities. That's our focus. We're participating with businesses to make sure we're teaching students what they need to know in order to get real jobs for the real world. One of the ways we do this is through experiential learning. We know what experiential learning is, right? And we're doing this through apprenticeships for the Kentucky Federation for Advanced Manufacturing Education. And we know that as FAME, Kentucky FAME. Now, in this particular program, students work for a company that typically pays for the students' college classes. So students are in the classroom, but also gaining hands-on experience with a little or no cost to them. Nearly all of Kentucky FAME students are hired by the sponsoring company. You can't get much better than that. We're going to pay you to come to school, work, and learn a skill. As I mentioned to you previously, we're offering more short-term classes that can be completed in weeks, not months or years. Our goal is helping students have better lives. That's what it all boils down to, helping our students have better lives. This is good for our communities and our state's economy. We're very proud of what we have achieved over the last 20+ years, and we're always looking for ways to improve so that our students will receive the very best education. Thank you so much for allowing me to step in for Dr. Box this morning, and I appreciate this opportunity to share the information I have shared about our students and their stories, and how our colleges have focused and is continuing to focus on adult education. This didn't work with me the whole time. I was just pressing and it didn't go. But it is my pleasure now to introduce, all right, our next speaker. I'm going to just do that real quickly. Our next speaker for this morning is Mr. Mike Krause. Mike is the Executive Director of the Tennessee Higher Education Commission and Student Assistance Cooperation. Mike has led the Tennessee Reconnect initiative since his inception several years ago. Mike previously served on the staff of Governor Bill Haslam as the founding director of the Tennessee Promise, the nation's very first tuition-free college program. At the same time, he also served as a senior advisor to the governor on higher education. Before joining the governor's administration, Mike led several initiatives at the THEC, Kentucky Higher Education Association. Prior to that, Mike served for 8 years in the United States Army and Tennessee Army National Guard, where he completed 3 combat tours and was awarded the Bronze Star Medal during Operation Iraq Freedom. Mike has earned his master's degree in public policy from Vanderbilt University. He is a Woodrow Wilson Higher Education Policy Fellow and the recipient of the 2019 Southern Regional Education Board's Trailblazers Award. One of the themes in this summit is promises, specifically to adults who want to participate more fully in the economic and social opportunities that are opening up in the 21st century to those who have invested in expanding their education, knowledge, and skills. Mike has, as you have heard, a wealth of knowledge and experience in promises kept. How Tennessee reconnects adults to higher education. We do that in Kentucky too. So please help me at this time welcome to the podium Mike Krause. My pleasure.
Kind introduction.
Yes. I want to also take a minute or a second to let you know we have two Mike Krause in the room. One of them works for me at KCTCS, and I want him to stand as well because he's dying to meet the other Mike Krause.
Good.
So Mike Krause to Mike
There we
Krause.
go. That is super weird. And I've never been at a conference with another Mike Krause, but I think it's awesome. So thank you guys for the chance to be here today. There's a 0% chance of me standing behind this podium, so I'll be roving about. And what I'd like to do over the next few minutes is walk you all through a little bit of our Tennessee story. We've had a pretty remarkable pace of change the last few years, and would be remiss not to thank a few people. First and foremost, the person that's really led this work is Jessica Gibson. And yes, absolutely. Unfortunately, Jessica is actually a native of this Commonwealth, and she has a non-compete contract with us, so please know that. I want to thank CPE, Kentucky. I remember early in my graduate school days when you learned about higher education policy, you learned about Senate Bill 1 from Kentucky, which many of you are familiar with. Kentucky has this awesome legacy, and Dr. Thompson and Lee are such great friends and colleagues. So thank you guys for having me here. And then finally, Lumina, you all are going to hear from Danette later on today, but if you guys look back to when a lot of this adult flywheel started spinning, it's when Lumina really started broaching the conversation that now I think seems commonplace to us. Like, of course, we're talking about adult learners, but those of you that have been in this business for a while know it was really novel, like 10 years ago, to be talking about adult students. Want to start with this quiz. So those of you that are on campuses right now, if you answer yes to these questions, one, if you have a semester that begins only every 16 weeks, if you rely on a student to self-identify for advising, and if you have office hours only available on weekdays, congratulations, you are serving Skippy, this guy. He's from the 1940s. He does not exist anymore. And yet, all of our campuses are still built for this guy, correct? And in order to change our campuses to be about a different type of student, the reality of our adult students, we have to do things really drastically. So Miss Burnett over on the left is one of our Tennessee Reconnect students, working mother, had a dream to go become a pharmacy technician. Last year we made her an offer she couldn't refuse, which is we're going to send you to school for free using Tennessee Reconnect. And she'll be a pharmacy technician in about 6 months. In the middle is Lori Ward. Lori is going to be, I think, an excellent drug and alcohol rehabilitation counselor, and yet again use Tennessee Reconnect to help her get that credential. And then on the right, we talk a lot about veterans. I will tell you, few things are as jarring as going from the structured environment of the military to the decidedly unstructured environment of higher education. And veterans can experience a little bit of a difficult transition. I want to be clear though, because under that gear is me before I became an adult learner. Veterans are not damaged. And the culture we're building in higher education is dangerous right now because higher education doesn't understand veterans. I get it. And so the natural reaction is to say, I don't know. I had a Tennessee president tell me 6 months ago, she really wanted to serve veterans, but those mental health issues. 1, highly offensive. 2, not true. And 3, our data is clear. when veterans hit campuses with a few front-end transitions, and we absolutely need some of the front-end transitions, they will be the most successful students. And in fact, in Tennessee, adult learners who are veterans are succeeding at 150% of the rate of our most elite Hope Lottery Scholarship traditional students. So that concludes the veteran soapbox, but it's a... There's a narrative there we need to fight. The realization of why we are trying to serve adult learners in Tennessee is a human one. And there's good reasons to do this if you're chasing an attainment goal. And I'm for that. I'm all about attainment goals. But at its core, the reason we need to be pursuing adult learners is a moral reason, which is telling an adult learner, excuse me, who doesn't have a college degree, that their life is now going to be defined by strictures because they don't have a college credential is not acceptable. Why? Because a living wage requires a college credential. This is not ambiguous. The jury is not still out. The jury is in. And here's our data. This is real-time data. Let's look at traditional students for a moment because I think they're a really good typical case for us to examine. Every time I talk about why you need to go to college, at the Rotary clubs across Tennessee, all of whom serve bad roasted chicken of varying flavors, at these Rotary clubs, there is always one person who is dying to tell me, and they will have an accent very similar to many in the Commonwealth. They will stand up and say, not everybody needs to go to college, though. First thing you ask them is, did your kids go to college? They did. So they want somebody else's kids to not go to college. Check, got it. And then I ask them, what do you do if you don't go to college? And there's this mythical world of tradesmen. Well, they're all welders and electricians. Well, guys, in Tennessee, and I think in the Commonwealth as well, if you want to be a welder or an electrician, you got to go to technical college. You don't just show up and spark the torch, right? That's very dangerous. So even the jobs that people think you do if you don't go to college require college now. And so our data is clear. If you don't go to college, what are you doing in Tennessee? Well, you're making $10,000. Only 20% of you are making more than our minimum wage. Your median salary is about $18,000, which is fast food. That's where you are working. You might be working transient day labor type jobs. I worry sometimes in this conversation we always have the one apocryphal tale. I get it. They're out there. Yes, I know someone that didn't go to college, and they are a millionaire. As you all know, that is not the hinge on which public policy should pivot. The data is very clear. You must go to college, some form of post-secondary credential. This data, this is Tennessee data that I'll walk you through in a moment. When we first got this data set, this is a data set you check like 5 times because it tells a remarkable and appalling story. So we stratified our counties into 5 different groups according to high educational attainment, low educational attainment. And then we linked up their employment growth over the last decade, and we looked at what happened. And I really want you to focus on the 2 county sets on the left. During the most rapid pace of employment growth in American history, those counties actually lost jobs. And by the way, my high distress counties look exactly like Kentucky's. They are identical. They border each other in many cases. So think about this. If you had low attainment in your county, the most stratospheric boom in history couldn't change the fact that the people living in your county weren't doing that well, which takes it back to the moral piece in my mind. So we looked at that and we thought, we got to do something. And we probably have to do something really radical. I'll digress briefly to talk about Tennessee Promise, because there's no doubt that the approach we took with Tennessee Promise was foundational for Tennessee Reconnect. This is the first day we allowed high school seniors to apply for Tennessee Promise in 2014. We actually weren't sure it was going to work, by the way. I can say that now, because it has worked. The first day we allowed them to apply, these are seniors, high school seniors, lined up around Motlow State Community College in Middle Tennessee, before 9 a.m. on a Saturday, mind you. We had teenagers actually awake and moving, and they were all applying for Tennessee Promise. The reason that happened and the reason we have now accrued a 7% increase in college going in our state that no other state that we can detect has ever had, 7%, is because we did something important with Tennessee Promise that was about the message. And something that our national critics of Tennessee Promise, of which there are several, fail to capture the fact. They say, well, now hold on, Tennessee Promise is a last dollar scholarship, so the most needy students aren't getting any money. And I say, that is true, they're not actually getting money, but their assumption is that needy students know what the Pell Grant is, and they don't know what the Pell Grant is. They know that their parents didn't go to college, and so they don't think they can go to college. And they say, well, you know, my family doesn't make much money, so I can't go to college, where we all know your family doesn't make much money, so you can definitely go to college. So cutting through that message with something like free, which is dramatic, is what we did long before any presidential candidates. For the record, this was 2014. And so that caused us to step back and say, if a dramatic reshaping of our financial aid message worked, couldn't that work for adults too? And the foundation that became Tennessee Reconnect was born. And I think that when you look within this mission statement, there's a couple different pieces that I'm going to dive into, but I am going to start with tuition free. And this is not at all a criticism of Kentucky's suite of financial aid. It's a criticism of every piece of financial aid in America that was a financial aid structure designed by financial aid people. And if you're not saying free, you're relying on people to be information-seeking, discerning financial aid experts and to fill out the worst form ever, the FAFSA. We lost 30 questions, and it's like we need to lose about 70 more. Because if you were going to design something to prevent people from going to college, you would do the FAFSA. It fits the bill. And so tuition free, that statement still matters. And there are a lot of states. My colleague in Missouri has Tennessee Reconnect, guys. It's the same scholarship. They call it something incredibly complex. And so no, their participation rates don't look like ours. So the first realization is that our current financial aid messages are ineffective. And we've got really good data for the last 50 years that show that, right? And that our most low-income students need that bridge message to compel them to see what's out there. I'd also say when people focus on a last dollar scholarship and say, yeah, but the most low income aren't getting anything, they also miss there are plenty of lower middle income people that are getting something. And that a $2,200 Pell Award in Tennessee, which is still a low income family, means you've got to make up $2,300, and that might as well be $1 million. So when we started with Reconnect, we started with a financial aid program that's very simple. You apply, which we'll talk a little bit about why that's important in a moment. You receive a last dollar scholarship after filling out the FAFSA. We do not currently have a SAP requirement. So that bad year you had 12 years ago, we get it. Come on with your 1.8 cumulative, because we think you'll earn your way back in, and they are. We require you to take 2 classes. 9 hours, too much. 1 class, 3 hours, dabbling. We need you to take 6 hours. And if you do that, at the beginning of the semester, we're going to pay whatever your balance is for tuition and mandatory fees. The big question that comes up here, do you pay for books? Do you pay for supportive costs? We don't. I wish we could. We have to work within, as you all know, we're not the federal government. We have to actually pay our bills. And so as a result, state government policy is typically built on a base of the possible. And for us, the possible is covering tuition and fees. But I want to say the other costs, I think we've got some pretty good approaches on. So our messages are ineffective. And here's proof, right? Because half of our adult learners right now are full Pell. Yet when we surveyed our adult learners, 69% said, what am I most worried about? I'm most worried about paying for this thing. But you know, about half of that group was going to get it paid for to begin with the Pell Grant. So until we ameliorate some of these hurdles that adult learners create for themselves, they're probably going to count themselves out. I know that because I counted myself out. And I re-enlisted in the Army for another hitch because I wasn't sure I could make it in college. I didn't even know how the GI Bill worked, even though I was entitled. It took really being pushed to say, you can go to college. There's a college, Austin Peay, very close to Kentucky, that has a bevy of former military, and you're going to do great. I had to have somebody push me. Not everybody has that. And so the hope is that message pushes Tennesseans. Financial aid absolutely does not matter without outreach. And that is where Jessica and her team come in. Many states have a comparable program to Reconnect. And I like to say those programs are mostly faith-based initiatives because they create them and then hope people come, which is not an actual strategy. You have to go find people. You have to go find them where they live. And most of all, in the current environment, our battle space is the internet, which means you have to do search engine optimization. And if as a state and as a college you haven't done that, you're losing. And you're losing to DeVry. And you're losing to Phoenix because they do search engine optimization. And this morning I Googled Go Back to College Kentucky, and you should do that too because all the results are for-profits. You got to own your battle space. We do. Go Google Go Back to College Tennessee. It's all Tennessee Reconnect. Don't get me wrong. There's some ads at the top. But you only need like one scroll when you get to ours. You're not getting anybody on the second search result, right? This website matters. And so when we said, we think we've got a great product, but we're not going to just rely on people to naturally come to it, we went after them. And the first thing we went after them was to win the Google war. This website matters because it was not designed by people that design financial aid. Those are not the same competencies, right? You probably need a marketing firm to help you. And by the way, that's the whole website, guys. There is no keep scrolling. That's it. And as soon as you click on one of those, you're moved to a pathway. And if you apply at the top of the page, Jessica did this awesome thing. We need to know a few things about you. We need to know like where you live. Do not need to know your social, for the record. PII is dangerous. But we need to know, have you ever gone to college before? We need to know, what are you most worried about? Because then we get that data, we know how to approach the student, and we also get some really good aggregate data. This was the first step, was getting out there. We also spent some money, we went on TV. We did, you gotta go on TV. The other folks are on TV. And so we got out there with some really good ads you should go look at on YouTube. And they were good stories that helped adults see themselves in higher education. We also waged a ground campaign. And we're very fortunate. So in Tennessee, THEC, the agency I lead, is also Kia. So it would be like CPE and Kia being one agency. That's powerful. You should do that one day. Because having financial aid with the SHIO agency matters, guys. Because I've got a ton of staff, and you know what their job is? This. And that's Jason, and that's Eric on the right. And their mission is to go places where prospects may be. And with adult learners, that has us some really interesting places. The best thing I've ever seen in this program so far was when Jessica traveled the state and she trained every single SNAP benefit counselor in Tennessee on Reconnect. Can you imagine what it must be like to be a counselor for SNAP benefits every day? You're working with people who are having a hard time and they need help. They need help getting food, right? And we want to help them. But how cool is it if you're a SNAP benefit counselor to be able to say, hey, we're going to help you because you need help. But we might be able to help you move into another place in life and never need SNAP benefits again. You may never need food stamps again. Every single counselor in the state has been trained by Jessica on Reconnect. That is how you do outreach for an adult learner program, in my opinion. We realized also if we do financial aid the way we've always done it, it will have the exact same result we've always had, which is the highly motivated people who have few speed bumps in life will succeed. Like they succeed now, right? But the ones that need the extra help, that need the wraparound, we've already established we're going to give you a great financial aid suite. We're going to go find you and bring you to college. And then once we bring you to college, Lord willing, college will look different than it did maybe when you went before. And it definitely isn't going to look like the college that the dude in the sweater went to on my first slide, right? So each of these spots around the great state of Tennessee, those are field offices, guys. We have Tennessee Reconnect field offices everywhere you see. We call it Navigate Reconnect. It's a self-evident title. And the people that do these jobs that work for Jessica, they're caseworkers. And one day they're helping somebody who is transitioning from incarceration. To my knowledge, we are the only state in America where the higher education agency has 5 full-time employees. All they do is work in facilities. Their job is to help justice-connected individuals transition. So all these outposts around the state, if you're transitioning from a justice situation, we can help you. If you're just an adult that wants to go back, we'll help you with your FAFSA. We'll help you register for classes. If you are in that one mortar board up there close to Montgomery County, Tennessee, which is near Fort Campbell, we're going to help veterans transitioning. So what we've really done is we've created a conduit for adult learners to ask the 2 or 3 fatal questions that I think could result in adult learners saying, I'm not doing that. Getting them past that next question. Hey, I'm really worried about paying for books. Well, you're probably eligible for a WIOA grant for supportive costs. Let's help you do that. Hey, I've got a flat tire. Also, see WIOA or your school's emergency grant. But we don't make that student call the school. We call the school. And those in CPE know the SHIO agency calling the campus has a kinetic effect often. And so we're able to get that student some help. The financial aid matters. I love it. This is what really matters, is having a net for these adults. So what's happened so far? Because I've been selling pretty hard, right? I need some results. In our first year, 18,000 people enrolled. We thought 8,000 would enroll, by the way. 18,217 enrolled. Let's focus on that 2153 number for a moment, because it is the coolest. These students have been in college for 2 semesters, and 2,000 graduated in 2 semesters. Think about that for a moment. It proves the theorem that adult learners don't need all the help. They just need a little help on the front end to show them they can do it. 2,000 graduated the first 2 semesters. And if ever I was worried about us exceeding the budgeted amount, which we did slightly by $15 million, what I would say is 2,000 of them graduated. This is the right investment. Look at that success rate. Our community colleges in the room, I think you know, we'll take 62%, right? 62% is a good day's work. We're not content. We're going to keep pushing. I think it's going to continue to go up. But that's pretty radical. And then a word about the campus perspective on this. If you're a campus in Tennessee, we are 100% performance-based funding. We don't fund based on enrollment. If you fund based on enrollment, you're going to get really good at enrolling people. We fund based on success. Campuses have an incredible incentive in our state to move that success number. And so they've gone over and above. Our presidents should get incredible kudos. They've done things we haven't even thought about for their adult learners. And as a result, their enrollment of adult students in the middle of a huge jobs market went up 18%. 18% in 12 months. So think about that. A lot of states right now are like, man, our enrollment's dropping. All the adults are going to work right now. They don't want to go to college. The right message will compel them, because it did in Tennessee. And year over year, you increase 18%. That's real progress. So what's next for us? We're going to refine our work with the incarcerated, because I think it's one of the single most important things we can do. We're going to keep pushing. We're going to make sure that our Navigate Reconnect staff, Jessica's constantly training them. You're constantly getting new skills that help you. We run a call center, by the way, and we have a person in our call center. All they do is talk to adult students. Why? Because talking to an adult student is fundamentally different than talking to an 18-year-old who's locked out of their FSA account, correct? So the person in your call center that talks to adult learners should probably be used to talking to adult learners. We are going to keep working now, I think, on making sure this is an equity imperative in my mind. We need to make sure that our Tennessee Reconnect class every year reflects the diversity of the state. And most importantly, we need to make sure that our grad rates reflect the diversity of the state. And we've got to push on that. And that doesn't happen accidentally, and it definitely doesn't happen by talking around the subject. You have to be very specific. We are failing students of color at many of our campuses. We have to do better. And then we have to find the right intervention. We need to put everybody on a bus to Georgia State University, and we need to replicate exactly what they're doing, because they've figured out how to do this. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel. And I've never been prouder than one of our universities, the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga. They've been under the radar, but guys, their success rate with students of color is creeping up on Georgia State's because they figured out some really important things and interventions that we must be doing. And the main thing that I hope this results in for all of our reconnectors is a great job. Thinking about advising matters. We need to help students find an academic pathway that both works for them but also leads somewhere. I am not a liberal arts hater. I'm for it, right? Great employment outcomes. Love it. But we need to find a way for students to not just be thinking about interest, but also aptitude. And I'm not a psychometrician, but I will tell you there's some instruments out there that do that better than others that excite me. One of them is called U-Science, if you are familiar. I'm interested in a lot of things that I am not good at. I am very interested in college football. I am not good at college football. We've had students, you guys know your nursing classes at your community colleges. You know what happens, right? 300 show up. How many seats do you have for nursing? Maybe 50? And you ask the students that didn't make it in the nursing, why didn't you make it in? They say, I wasn't real good at biology. I hate science. You should be good at science to be a nurse. That student was interested in nursing. It's very different than their aptitude. And so as we refine what we're doing moving forward with adult learners, I really hope we'll push on helping them find something they have an aptitude for, and yes, of course, that they're interested in as well. Because where this ultimately leads for our state, we hope, is winning the daily dogfight of economic development. And there's no doubt that's an imperative in my mind. The good news, I can give this speech here because we are not generally competing for the same jobs. I would not give this speech in 4 other southern states that we compete with heavily because I wouldn't want to give away proprietary secrets. But our goal is to make sure reconnectors don't just reconnect with college. They change their occupational outcome. They make a different salary than the one I showed you at the beginning. And the most powerful multiplier here, just so you know, are reconnectors talking with other reconnectors. And that's what I'm excited about in about 12 months. Because in about 12 months, we're going to have thousands. We already have 2,000 reconnect graduates. And I think that as we struggle with how public policy moves the needle, there is nothing more powerful than a community and somebody in a community that's done it and somebody that says, hey, I can help you do it too. So that is the story that I close with, except to say, here are the stakes if you don't do this. You see what I'm saying here, guys? Nobody was sitting in the Woolworth boardroom in 1970 saying, man, we're probably going to be bankrupt pretty soon. They thought they were on top of the world, right? Kmart, W.T. Grant. These companies don't exist anymore. I don't want to be a harbinger of doom, but you guys know what's happening with the birth rate thing. It's real. Your freshman class in 25-26 is going to be something you've never seen before. Serving adult learners is imperative for our sector's relevance. And I really like what our CPE colleague referenced a moment ago. We should be terrified that Amazon spent $700 million to do our jobs. Amazon took a look at what we offer and said, we can do it better with our $700 million. And I can promise you what Amazon is unconcerned with. Amazon is unconcerned with the fact your student information system, Banner, will only allow a fall start. We can't let Banner dictate. Banner is not a sentient being. We can't let a student information system dictate what we do for students, and we have. I have. Tennessee has. Please know that. We are guilty too. But I hope we see this, and the next time we're in a meeting about adult learners that is hard, because there are hard adult learner meetings, I hope we'll remember there could have been some hard meetings at Woolworths, and maybe they would be the new Amazon. But they didn't have the hard meeting, and so now they are bankrupt. And I will tell you, I think it's that serious. And I think you've got to be willing. Raise your hand if you're on a campus right now. I hope you will talk about serving adult learners 2% as much as you talk about capital projects. We are obsessed with buildings in higher education, and I don't know why. I hope next time you're in a capital outlay meeting at the leadership level, you'll say, yeah, we need some buildings. I get it. Let's talk about adult learners. Higher education's priorities have to change dramatically because the situation's dramatic. And we need to keep this in mind because this is very real. And on that uplifting note, Let me call Jessica up as well, please, because I think she'll be able to field questions. But we have time for questions, I believe. We do? Come on up, Jessica, and then let's take questions. I think the best part of this stuff is, thank you. The best part of these things are typically the discussion. So, questions, thoughts? Yes, ma'am. Go up there, and I'll be with you. No, for
I
you.
didn't really need this, but I work for Hopkinsville Community College, the Fort Campbell campus. We have an awesome partnership with Austin Peay State University, so we appreciate that. But what are the regulations for the Reconnect program with felons who don't maybe qualify anymore for financial aid?
So, you don't hear me, is this on?
It is not on. It's about to be on. It's on.
It's on, all right. So the only restrictions related to felonies are the same restrictions you have for federal aid. So if you have the drug conviction while getting Title IV funding, but otherwise, and this is what we're actually exploring this right now as we're going into prisons and we're talking to folks that are about to be released, and there's a misconception that, well, I'm not going to qualify for the grant. And we have to say, actually, you will if you meet these other eligibility requirements. So, yeah.
I don't think I do it. But I have a follow-up question, sorry, related actually, but what about residency requirements for the adult? I know the high school, but the Reconnect.
12 months prior. Yeah, we're not interested in inter-border crossings to participate in our programs. We need you to live in Tennessee, but and have lived there for 12 months. But absolutely, once you move there in 12 months and 1 day, you would be eligible. What else? Yes, ma'am. Lee?
Can you guys talk a little bit about, you mentioned, Mike, the need to sort of rethink how we do business in the classroom, how we deliver programs to make it more adult-friendly, and, you know, that we're a bit imprisoned by our own systems. Can you talk a little bit about some successes you've had in Tennessee, examples where you've really seen campuses sort of break through that mold?
Sure. So just some examples. Some of the examples actually happened prior to someone enrolling. When we talk about academic preparedness, for example, we have several colleges that once someone enrolled or applied for the Reconnect grant, they start up boot camps, technology boot camps, writing boot camps, math boot camps. So they're free for that adult learner. They're doing it in the summer before they're enrolling. And so there's an open door, softer landing once they actually enroll in their classes. This is something that they're doing. We also have campuses that are open on weekends and after 4 o'clock. And this includes financial aid offices, student success services, that sort of thing, because we are, of course, needing to think about the students that we're serving, and they're probably not available through the hours of 9 and 4, Monday through Thursday. So there's a lot of that going on. Hybrid classes as well. That's something that people are working on. That would be part of the time in the classroom, part of the time online or remote as well. But
I think the one of the really good things we did early on is, nothing gets done unless it's somebody's job. And so we asked every campus to designate a Reconnect lead. And that person, because to your point, systems are complex, and I didn't mean to besmirch them earlier. You've got a registrar, you got a financial aid office, you got an admissions office. All of those pieces have to work together. And on our best day in higher ed, they do sometimes. But on the days that they don't, it's really helpful to have somebody who, I am the Reconnect lead. We're going to have to make some systems talk to each other. And where Reconnect has worked best, I think they had a strong Reconnect lead. I'll be very honest. I think that Reconnect has not been uniform in implementation. Certain colleges in Tennessee have surged. Others haven't. We're going to learn from that and try to make sure there's a common denominator of success. But the ones that have surged, I think, had somebody who cared and who could get things done.
Hi. Can you talk a little bit about your statewide policy on PLA and specifically with military?
Yeah, I'm going to lead in, and then Jessica's going to go because this is her baby. PLA, prior learning assessment, bringing in prior credit, I have found is a policy topic that is dominated by a ghost story called SACS. And faculty And faculty members sometimes are like, I don't think SACS will let me do it. And if y'all know Bell's like, I don't care, do it right. But SACS is not our roadblock here. And SACS has been made into a little bit of a roadblock that I don't think is fair to SACS. So what we did, and I'll use the military example, but I don't want to dwell on it because PLA is for every student, not just for veterans. But what we did with the military is first we came up with a canon of the 25 most populated military occupational specialties. We locked a bunch of faculty in a room because the faculty should absolutely drive this. I believe that. There's only one way through our academic curriculum in higher education, that's through faculty, and I buy into that. So we got faculty in a room with the curriculum for the Navy nuclear reactor operator course, and they did the crosswalk. And helpfully, those of you that are familiar, the American Council on Education has done most of the work for us. So for the faculty that were skeptical, and I know you're shocked to hear there can be faculty skepticism, we brought in ACE to walk them through what they do. And if you haven't heard that, you need to. ACE goes to the military school for months. They sit in the classes. So when you go look at that ACE military credit guide, this is not a casual linkage. So once we populated those 25, we said, this is what you're going to get in these 25 jobs, Air Force, I'm sorry, not Air Force, they have their own community college, Navy, Marine Corps, Army, at every college in the state. We don't need to litigate whether or not the military police soldier needs to take criminal justice 101. They don't. ACE said so. We validated that, though, with our faculty. Our faculty didn't take every recommendation, nor should they have, because they need to kind of have that purview. But the result is, go look at our website, which is, I believe, the best in the nation. Minnesota's is close, called the Tennessee SOP platform, which is a military term. In the military, it means standardized operating procedure. In this context, it means service members opportunity portal. And you can put in any military job, and you will see right then every bit of credit you will get at any college in the state. We're not near done. We need to keep adding credit awards. We need to keep adding jobs. What that then did, though, is I think set up the right conversation. And I want Jessica to talk about PLA broadly, because I think the campuses drove the work.
Yes. So in 2012, we actually convened representatives from all of our state institutions and some private not-for-profits, and developed a statewide plan, statewide recommendations. We are a higher ed coordinating board. We cannot tell an institution what they can and cannot accept. But together, we came up with, and the institutions did lead this, basically guidelines for how we can accept quality prior learning assessment credit. And everyone in that room was very supportive of the transferability of those credits and the need to find opportunities for adults to get these credits to prove that they've achieved this learning at a college level. Now, I will say we've had some governance changes since that time period, and we're going to reconvene that task force because we feel that there's another opportunity to sort of coalesce around messaging in a real direct way, an intentional way to adults, so that we can actually provide those opportunities up front and not have them try to find them in the institution, try to figure out what they're called at the institution so that we can market it, we can brand it, we can message it, and it's something that comes up front with an adult's package of opportunities. That's what we'd like to do.
We're not there. We got to get
there.
there.
Yeah.
What else? Yes.
Hi, good morning. I'm the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences at the University of Pikeville with a team here from UPike. We're in Eastern Kentucky, and of course, as Dean of College of Arts and Sciences, I have to believe there's a place for arts and sciences education, which right now is traditionally, so-called traditional students, largely face-to-face, largely 15-week semesters, seat time, all of that you had in your slide.
Yeah.
And Skippy right there.
Yeah. He's your guy.
Eastern Kentucky is also in a transition from coal to looking at other entrepreneurial. There's a lot of energy around planning for the future. Chambers are very involved. We have a lot of discussions and institutes. And I guess my question is, our mission is to serve the region, but what happens when the region is still trying to figure out its economy and the workforce is very much in flux. Maybe even without being a College of Arts and Sciences, that's hard, but I think it's especially hard to figure out where the partnerships are and what we might do as first steps.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I'm struck by is, and though I often at times criticize our sector of higher education, I'm equal parts an ardent fan, and I'm reminded a college can lead that region to where they need to go. And not everybody can do that. We had a great quote from one of our presidents. East Tennessee State University had some tragic losses this year, and 2 of the senior staff members who passed away had their funerals on campus. And I had the president said something that stuck with me, which was, no one has their funeral at a business. Our campuses are different than the normal enterprise. And so if your region's in flux, and we've seen this a little bit, we've seen it in rural West Tennessee, you all can put the stake in the ground to some extent, at a minimum as a convener, because my sense is any college that calls a meeting of its local chamber and their chairman, people are going to come, right? Because the college is an economic engine. And then you all, I think, have the opportunity to look ahead. Everything you named about arts and sciences, I love, except for 3 of the 4. Arts and sciences is important. 16-week semesters have to change, seat time has to change, and traditional students have to change, and that's the reality. But the arts and sciences, I mean, one, arts teach us how to think. Sciences are what we need. So if I were a dean of arts and sciences, I would think there's a huge place for you. Is a bachelor's degree a reach for some of these adults? No, because we don't need to feel like we're consigning adults to say, and this is a risk, right? We say, well, adult students, it's more of a technical credential thing. It could be, but I think we need to give them that full spectrum of options. And my point is, they're not even going to consider your option on a traditional semester with seat time and only other traditional students. So there's an opportunity, I think, for you all to create a cohort that would be different and teach the same exact liberal arts and sciences with fidelity, but delivered differently. I think you wouldn't have just traditional age students. What else?
Hi, Mike.
Hey, man.
Couldn't get away without asking at least one question. So, you guys have obviously built what I would define as a system of supports statewide. And so I'm having conversations on the Hill in Jefferson City with your counterpart, Zora Mulligan, about how do we move Missouri and, in fact, other states to build the same kind of system. So could you talk a little bit about sustainability of the funding model, and also talk a little bit about the political will and political capital to make it happen, because we had an advantage in Tennessee with Governor Haslam, and it carried over to Governor Lee. So could you talk a little bit about that and how we could all benefit from that?
Great questions. First and foremost, you need Jessica Gibson. And I'm serious. In the early years of funding, it was not recurring money from the state, it was seed money. And all of you know that lead complex organizations, what I said a moment ago is true, and that is, unless it's somebody's job, it's nobody's job. Jessica, again, to my knowledge, there was no other higher education coordinating board in America that had one person who was adult learners. And by the way, this was 2011, 12? So, you know, this was way before the adult, and Hadass and Kathy know that, way before the adult learner wave started. We had somebody whose only job was to think about how does this agency help coordinate better opportunities for adult learners. On the funding sustainability, Jessica and her team's results spoke for themselves the first couple years. Now the money is recurring in the state budget forever. We have a shop now of, how many do you have in the office?
Oh, in the office we have 4, including myself, and then out in the field we have 4 regional directors, 12 Reconnect navigators, and now 4 reentry navigators.
So you think about that, that's the size of most higher education coordinating board staffs, period. That's just our adult learner shop. And I think that the results beget buy-in. So talk about gubernatorial transition. We were fortunate with Governor Haslam. I think he was America's higher education governor. I don't think that's debatable. I will tell you, I think we got another one. Governor Lee, in fact, is the one that has pushed us to serve the incarcerated. He is the one that has pushed us to be partnered, I think, really deeply with the Department of Human Services. So part of it is, and I'm just going to tell you, Tennessee has a history of electing pragmatists. We just do. And I don't know why that is, but when you look at the people like Lamar Alexander, Phil Bredesen, Bill Haslam, now Bill Lee, we elect people that show up and want to govern. And their approach has been, I think, to start with the workforce and what do we need. And then what I've seen from both Governor Haslam and Governor Lee that's incredibly compelling is they both start with the question, who's hurting? who in our state's hurting right now? How can we help them? And we're fortunate. One, we all believe that higher education is a great way to do that. We've now had 3 successive governors, because I think Phil Bredesen did the same thing, who, when they asked the question, who's hurting, a big answer to helping them is higher education. But on the public policy front, for us, the most important thing is the slide I showed you with the results. And there's no doubt there were a couple years there where we were waiting to see how things work. At this point, I don't even worry about it a little bit, the sustainability. Our biggest challenge now is, I think we have the commercial where somebody sells 10 and they're happy, 100 they're thrilled, 10,000 and they're terrified. We have a lot of work now, and that we're going to think about how to sustain that. Our next level has to be not this agency. Nobody graduates from THEC. They graduate from campuses. And so figuring out the way for all the campuses to feel empowered, also to feel pushed. I think that's a very appropriate role for our agency, to keep pushing, but for all of our campuses to have resources too. And that's where we have tried a few different permutations of funding. We had a grant called Ready to Reconnect, where we gave campuses, I don't know, a couple $100,000.
It was, they were like 50,000.
So not a couple $100,000 at all, as you just heard, like 50,000. Small seed grants to see what works. I think that's our next big body of work, though, is to figure out how does the adult learner movement not be centrally driven, which almost never lasts, right? You have to have campus buy-in and leadership.
Can I add something to the sustainability piece? We realize that this is not just a higher ed initiative. Okay, we cannot just put all of this on, hey, colleges, guess what? You're going to graduate more adults. We are partnering very intentionally with other state agencies. So we trained 600 Department of Human Services staff. So that's SNAP and TANF and Child Care Certificate and Voc Rehab folks. We trained 250 American Job Center staff. We're actually doing another round of 500 American Job Center staff in the next couple of months. We'll be working with corrections. We worked with Tennessee Department of Transportation. We are working with state agencies as employers and as service providers to share this information. Tennessee Reconnect is now in DHS state plan. Department of Labor has written in Tennessee Reconnect into their state plan. So in terms of sustainability of the effort, I think you have to go outside of higher education to engage all of the people that will benefit from this increased educational attainment.
And all of that's free. Everything she just named is just about getting people in a room. Maybe you feed them some Panera, but generally, everything she just named is not resources. It's just been vision and time.
I appreciate your comments about the ACE credit for the military population. I want to kind of ask a focused question. Can you kind of I love your perspective. I almost did the wave when you some of your comments, but anyway. So I want to ask you to do this. Can you delineate for some of us the difference between, like you said, the ACE recommendation, American Council on Education recommendation, versus college preparedness? The reason why I say that, a lot of people are saying, well, folks are coming, they're not ready, and I don't want to give them this credit because they're not ready, and they're using college readiness as a disqualifier of the ACE recommendation. So can you kind of delineate in your special way and everybody can get excited?
Yeah, I think you said it really well. I think the answer is yes to both. The ACE credit needs to be a critical indicator of learned intellectual capital. College preparedness is something a little bit different. I also think, when I think college preparedness, I instantly think that if you have got an adult learner in a college algebra-only pathway, that's a huge hurdle. I think we've made great progress, and CCA has really pushed us on this. So if you don't have a stats pathway, that'd be the first thing I look at, because college preparedness, here's what I've learned, guys. You know what college preparedness is when said in college admissions offices? I'm going to stop doing this now, but just kind of got in the habit. College preparedness is really a proxy for math preparedness. And come on, I got a really good degree from Austin Peay and only took like one math, and that was, at great peril. But I think we've allowed, there's some mathematicians in this room, they're going to be very unhappy with this, but I think we've allowed math to occupy an outsized space in the college preparedness discussion. Are there certain majors? Absolutely. I want the engineers to know math, for sure. But I think that if we were really talking about college preparedness, I welcome that. Because you know what that should be a discussion about? Do you know how to register for classes? Or are we just throwing you a schedule, which is what we're doing normally, right? We're hoping everybody suddenly understands the registrar's process, which is not a winning strategy. That is a college preparedness discussion we should have. But unless I'm wrong, most of the times I hear it talked about, it's about success in a remedial or a credit-bearing course, particularly math. Doesn't mean that reading and writing aren't significant, but that my own personal lens has been, we talking about college preparedness or are we talking about algebra, college algebra? And oftentimes it's been college algebra. If we were just talking about preparedness, we better talk about it, right? That's a great conversation. Then the conversation's, let's bring in the ACE credit, but you know what? We probably shouldn't just throw you to the wolves on the first day of the semester. Maybe we have a mandatory student orientation or something like that. And wouldn't it be great if the orientation were other adult learners? We do that. At our campuses that are doing well, they do that. Not all of them do it. That is the college preparedness discussion I want to have. Am I wrong? I want to hear your thoughts.
You're exactly right. And one thing I'll add, and I'm doing it, I'll add to that. If you look at the pool of students when it comes to college, everybody, the military and the college starts at the same baseline. Graduate high school, go to college. Graduate high school, go to the military. So when they did not become college prepared. So I think it's a deeper conversation. Yes, there are some things they need to learn, but I would submit that the reason why ACE did this is because the military has given extra skills to help them be more prepared. You just need to have that conversation to work out some of the other things that they have missed since they weren't in school. So if you think about it, I'm saying one more time, not the whole thing, I'm saying one more time. The same pool. Graduate high school, military, college. It's the same group of students, folks.
Wow.
So we got to really dig into what we mean by, can I use your college preparedness?
It's really, really good point. All right.
Mine is a relatively simple question. I'm with AARP, Executive Counseling. We've just started this journey. We've come on board with the Graduate Network. So when I come to a conference like this, I'm new to all of the terms. It's a pet peeve of mine, former school teacher, et cetera, et cetera. When I get into a situation like this, acronyms really throw me.
Oh, man.
So when you throw out PLA and I hear excitement in the room, I don't know what you're talking about. When you throw out SAX, I don't know what that means. I do know what ACE means because the gentleman before me said American Council of Education. So these acronyms are just throwing me for a loop, and maybe I'm the only one in the room, but please help me out with these things.
No, it's the most important perspective, because if they throw you for a loop, they throw anybody that doesn't work in higher education, and thus our students, for a loop. And so think about, if you were talking about PLA, what's a way to tell a student, hey, come get your prior credit assessed? I actually don't know that sentence gets them right. Would a better way be, do you have skills from a prior job? Let us see if that will translate to academic, or translate those experiences. I think it's a great point. We're in an insular world with our own vernacular, and I think with adult learners especially, that's what I love about Jessica's website. That website is not written by higher educators. It is written by Jessica and a marketing firm that just talked plain language. It's a great point.
Hey, good morning. I just want to let you know this is completely refreshing for me. I'm the Deputy Director for Army Continuing Education, and to hear these conversations about the American Council on Education and the Joint Services Transcript, my office manages tuition assistance for the soldiers, for the Army. Nobody pick up and throw anything at me, but we own Go Army Ed, so if you're familiar with that system, that's what we manage. So the college preparedness and the JST, we're the service program manager for ACE for the Army. So I just want to let everyone know throughout today or the networking events, if you have questions about the Joint Services Transcript, I happen to have a pamphlet right here. I wish I would have brought more. So I could speak for probably a long time, and I know we're probably up against the timeline. But the college preparedness piece for the soldier is the comebackers are in a continuous cycle through the soldier's life cycle, whether that's a comebacker as they get their degree or their credential while they're serving, or they wait till they transition out of the service. So to have this kind of conversation in this forum, and for the language and for the information to be put out about how do we solve the problem, because we have multi-million-dollar systems and $4,000 a year that soldiers can use to go to school, get their credential. However, we're seeing very low participation rates when they don't have the constraints of finances, they don't have the constraints of the opportunity to attend. The only constraint that normally is there for a soldier or a service member is the time associated and the reach back, because we have approximately 7,000 soldiers for every one counselor in the Army. So that continuous engagement and that reach back, needs to be a holistic approach of the community of education throughout the services and throughout the states and throughout the nation. So thanks.
Absolutely. I think we had some up front that I didn't want to miss. Yes, ma'am.
So you skirted around a little bit, or mentioned partnerships with 4 years. I know.
Wait a second, Mary Ann.
Yeah.
Okay, you mentioned a couple of times partnerships with the 4 years, and when Tennessee Promise first rolled out, I know that was some of the biggest pushback was from the 4 years. Can you talk a little bit about, is Tennessee Reconnect, is it only for the 2-year colleges?
Yeah, it is.
And so how have you navigated that, and how have students, have they used that to go on to 4 years, and how did it impact the 4 years?
So first and foremost, I think a broad statewide conversation about going to college helps every college, which was absolutely the case with Tennessee Promise. The fears when Tennessee Promise were launched that there would be some massive hemorrhage of students who were going to a university but instead went to a community college, in the main didn't occur. We had 2 campuses, UT Martin and Tennessee Tech, where I think it did happen. Most of the state, look, the goal of Tennessee Promise is the same as Reconnect. I'm not trying to get the people already going. I'm trying to get the person that was never going. And so in that way, Promise, I think, allayed some of the fears. With Reconnect, there wasn't as much pushback because I don't think any of the universities are under an illusion. Our Reconnect population, not their population. I really hope it becomes their population. But when we launched Reconnect, I think the universities were supportive because they realized, first off, throughput could happen. And wouldn't it be the coolest thing ever if somebody counted themselves out of higher education, they started at a community college, and they ended with a doctorate, which will absolutely happen. I'm positive that will happen. But our universities, this is where, and I don't know the climate in Kentucky, students suffer when higher education fights on turf. Which campus is beside the other campus? Which campus got a building and the other one didn't? Those turf wars are never about students. They're about adults and egos. And so Tennessee has been fortunate that we don't have much of that. We've got a group of presidents that understand this is a collective enterprise, a massive enterprise, by the way. It's not like we're Massachusetts with 70% attainment, guys. The water is deep enough for everybody to swim in Tennessee, and I think it probably is here as well. But sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and we have great presidents at every level. Community colleges, universities, both of our system presidents. We all had dinner together last Thursday. I'm aware that in some states that would have resulted in a physical altercation. And so that's the one I don't know that you can duplicate. We have presidents that get along, and we've avoided turf. There's another one up front, I thought.
I was just wondering, Jessica, you mentioned the writing, technology, and math boot camps. Who is running those and staffing them?
Those are actual college staff. Those are the folks at the college. Now, these are, as Mike said, there are some colleges that have stepped forward in a very intentional way. So they'll have an actual position that's funded as a Reconnect contact at the institution. So we can then take the folks that our navigators are working with and do a nice warm handoff to that institution, and then that person can then guide those adults to all of the necessary next steps. And what they're seeing, the colleges that are doing this are seeing the need, and they're seeing that their college's success rates, the fact that we're funded on outcomes, depends on the success of our students, and if we can help promote the success of our students, then we as an institution are going to do better, and actually we're going to probably get more money in the funding formula. So there's there is a value placed on student service, and student service is understanding the needs of the students and therefore putting the resources behind it. So these are actually faculty and staff that are working to provide these boot camps to the students at each institution. Yes.
We've got time for about 2 more. Or we're going to wrap up and take a break, it sounds like. Any others? Over here? Yeah, 2 over here.
Hi, we've talked a lot about ACE and military, but they also have a civilian side, credit, which we need to look at also, because institutions like Dollar General, which are in just about every community in both the Commonwealth and the state of Kentucky, ACE did an evaluation of the store manager training that they do and recognized 9 credit hours. Well, right there is shooting fish in a barrel. You know, you go out and you reach those store managers and complete that degree. Google IT had theirs evaluated, 12 hours in cyber security training. So look at the civilian side also. They've done some of that. It's also a quick way to benchmark of how prior learning can be done for your own institution. So there you go.
That's a great point.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to ask real quick, with the rapid immigration growth that we're seeing, if you're seeing for people that have advanced degrees from their home countries, is there space at this level to help them, or do they need to somehow bypass this and we need to figure out more at the 4-year level?
To be honest, haven't thought about that a lot. Our rapid immigration in Tennessee hasn't been as rapid as other states. And those coming in our country with advanced degrees already, I assume, is kind of the population you're focused on. You know, first and foremost with Tennessee Reconnect, you have to be able to complete a FAFSA. So you have to be a U.S. citizen or a legal resident. And so that is not a conversation we have had at any great depth. I'm honest about our shortcomings. I don't know that we're there in that space. Guys, thank you for your time. Again, I'm grateful for Kentucky as a partner, and I hope you guys have a great rest of the day.
Okay, let's give our morning speakers another round of applause. I think we've had a great start to this convening, but now it's lunchtime. We have a buffet lunch if you go out this way. I've been told that if you requested a gluten-free meal, please see one of the servers. Vegetarian meals are noted, so just a heads up on that. We will return here in this room to eat, and our luncheon speaker will begin about noon, a little bit after noon. Thanks very much.
I'm tracking. I'm tracking. How about this? I'm just making sure too I'm not running over it, and I am. Like that.
have one slide, right?
Right.
So this will be forward right here.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And why don't we, if you don't mind, why don't we both be up here when I introduce you? So I know I'll just jump off over here, and then that won't mean you have to walk up. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start our presentation in 5 minutes, so get ready. It's going to be great.
I'll stand on the other side.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. If you'd please take your seats, that would be great. The staff here at the Marriott Hotel are doing a great job. They're going to stop clearing the tables for a few minutes, but needless to say, after Mary Gwen Wheeler's presentation, we'll still have about a 10-minute, 15-minute break, so they'll be able to clear. You'll be able to get up and walk around and be back ready for the 12:45 presentation. Again, good afternoon. My name's Kathy Zandona. I'm the Senior Vice President for Network Engagement at the Graduate Network. As Adas mentioned in her earlier presentation, we're in 41 communities across the country, and I double-checked with a couple people here that this is the first time that we believe in a state over 200 individuals from higher education institutions have gathered together for the common cause of helping adults attain their degrees and credentials and have a better livelihood. So congratulations to you all. And we'll make sure that that message about being the first in the country gets spread around everywhere. So now it's my pleasure to introduce a figure very notable in the state of Kentucky, Mary Gwen Wheeler. Mary Gwen is the Executive Director of 55,000 Degrees in Louisville, Kentucky. Previously, she served as the Mayor's Senior Advisor for Education and Youth for Louisville Metro Government, leading policy development and the implementation of education and youth initiatives. She has experience in family literacy. In fact, Mary Gwen and I worked together at the National Center for Family Literacy just a few years ago. She also has worked in workforce development, nonprofit management, strategic planning, and international development. And literally, the list can go on and on. She is has done great things for our community and for the state. And today, she's going to share with us the journey of how Louisville mobilized the community, business leaders, education leaders around the common goal. And I bet you all can guess what that common goal is. Mary Gwen, my dear friend.
Thank you, Kathy. And it is such an honor to be here, and I'm so pleased to see this gathering. And my remarks are going to just reiterate a lot of what's already been said. It's been a privilege for me to be part of a community-wide effort to increase post-secondary attainment, and in turn, the impact that we know that has on our economic prosperity and quality of life. When 55,000 Degrees launched in 2010, actually it was when we had a website and a telephone number, the first calls that started coming in were from adult learners. They were wanting to finish their degree, and I followed closely behind that were students and parents looking for scholarships. Their aspirations were inspiring, and also the barriers they faced were motivating to us because we knew we had focused on a real need in the community, the kinds of things that you've already been hearing about today. The need was recognized by Louisville's leadership just by looking at the data, that our education pipeline and ecosystem were only working for some people. We had a group called the Greater Louisville Project that had been looking at data of Louisville in comparison to 15 peer cities. And research that they did showed that typically a birth cohort in Louisville, of that birth cohort of about 10,000 people, only 25%, 2,500, were going to get an associate degree or higher. And this is at a time when our workforce development boards were telling us that jobs of the future were going to require post-secondary education. Mayor Abramson, he was mayor at the time, who I was working for, organized a cross-sector roundtable. The leadership that Kathy mentioned, from education, community, government, and it was both higher ed and K-12. And the earliest conversations that we had to examine the root causes looked something like this. Higher ed would say, oh yes, many of our students don't graduate, but it's hard when they don't arrive college ready. We've had that college ready discussion already. High schools would say, oh yes, we should increase our graduation rate,
But you know what? They enter without the basic skills they need, and in 9th grade they start failing classes and they realize pretty quickly they're not going to graduate in 4 years. So they drop out, and so on and so on. Does that sound familiar? So our roundtable, I think the biggest thing we did was have people at the same table to stop the finger pointing and to say that if we're going to move out of the bottom tier of our peer cities in education, we have to work together. This means sharing data. It means having honest conversations about that data. It means collaborating, and it means that we have shared accountability. So our goal, rallying around that, was to get to 50% of our population by 2020, by this year, with a college degree. Well, we're at 45%. We had started around 38%. So we've made progress, but we are not there. So let me tell you a little bit about the strategy that you guys are most interested in that we pursued. One of the strategies we identified responded to the data that about 100,000 people in our community of working age population had some college and no degree. So how could we collaborate to reach this population? How could we create and clear pathways for them? Could we use this cross-sector table and common goal to connect businesses and higher ed and reach their employees? We thought that working with business would be a nice complement. At the time, CPE had done Project Graduate and was rolling that out, which was help institutions finding their own stop-outs. Could we also find people by going through employers? So I want to talk a little bit about the successes and failures of our various iterations of trying to work with employers and reach out to adults directly that really tried to connect them to our institutional partners. And just overall, I'll say that we did see some progress. That 100,000, which at the time was about a quarter of our working age population, has gone down to about 89,000, which is about a fifth of our population. So more people are getting degrees. There are fewer people who have some college and no degree. But building a lasting adult attainment initiative has been elusive. So what did we do and what did we learn? We started by trying to sell employers on the value of helping their employees return to college. We had a major grant from Lumina, and our chamber, Greater Louisville Inc., who Kathy worked for at the time, partnered with 55K to develop a set of research-based products that we thought would help working adults earn a college degree. We called it the Employee Education Delivery System, EADS. The toolkits organized basic types of supports, information, and motivation around these categories: college knowledge, logistics, affordability, and ongoing support. And in the employer toolkit, recognition. That was a first step, but we recognized we needed to do more, and we capitalized on Mayor Fisher. Then at that point, Greg Fisher had taken on the mayoral challenge to the community. He said, it's great to have this common goal, but we need every community member to make a pledge of how they're going to support our goal, and that became 55,000 Degrees Count Me In campaign. We took the opportunity to rebrand as Degrees at Work, and the initiative challenged employers to actually name the number of people they were going to support them in continuous learning, and pledge a number of degrees. And Degrees at Work launched a website that would help. Toolkits, video testimonies so that adults could hear from others, a link to sign up as an adult learner, and an employer registration to get started. Well, Degrees at Work eventually did sign on about 67 participating employers who agreed to do such things as identify a college advocate, that one person inside who knows something. They surveyed their employee base to determine the interest in college, and to provide supports like tuition reimbursement, flexible hours, and career steps. The data that we gathered did guide some program interventions and linked employee students with post-secondary liaisons, because that was the other side. We wanted to make sure there was somebody on the campus. Let me tell you about one small manufacturer of about 200 employees, Universal Woods, who was a true success story for us. President Paul Newman, his attention was caught by this percentage of, a quarter of people have some college, no degree, and he thought, that can't be right. That's like, people that aren't starting from zero. So he surveyed his own workforce and found it to be almost the same. he had no idea how large this pool was. So he revamped their college support program. They offered tuition up front rather than as reimbursement. They made it easier for their employees to take classes. They accessed the Degrees at Work services and later on Degrees Work, which I'll whole nother thing, to advise and navigate those pathways. And they celebrated successes. They had an honor wall. About 10% of their employees have since earned 2 to 4 year degrees, and 12% are currently enrolled. For many of the employers, however, that kind of investment was just not in the cards. And they found that helping employees make that final step to actual enrollment proved to be one of the biggest challenges and a reason that led us to pivot in our approach. So, learning number 1, adult comebackers are not the low-hanging fruit we thought. That if we could just find them, it would be easy to re-enroll them. First of all, finding them is hard. But secondly, and as you in this room know and we've already talked about, the same reasons that led to them stopping out, jobs, family, money, are the same barriers to coming back. And employers saw their role as offering tuition reimbursement, not necessarily all these college access supports. So our next iteration was to organize a more comprehensive one-stop shop for adult learners based on a formal post-secondary partnership. And this adult attainment network that we put together joined and learned from the Graduate Network, which provided us training, coaching, a Salesforce frameworks for tracking the adults served. We had everybody sign a memorandum of agreement. 7 local colleges and universities established a new network that we now called Degrees Matter to provide neutral, best fit college coaching services for those adult comebackers modeled after Graduate Philadelphia. This network had committed to looking at their own campuses. They did the ALFI, this Adult Learning Friendly Index study, inventory, and they committed to looking at things like prior learning assessments, online programs, and that designated admissions officer for adult learners. However, we were still supported by grant funding. And so we conducted a feasibility study for what we thought might work, a 2-payer model where employers would pay for services and our post-secondary members would pay fees to be part of this network. Our final iteration, which we called Degrees Work, was born, and Kentuckiana Works, our workforce investment board, stepped up to host it. We staffed it with an executive director and college coaches, and Degrees Work survived for several years and helped more than a couple hundred students at places like Humana, Louisville Metro Government, and Trilogy Healthcare. For a whole host of reasons, but the biggest one, Degrees Work did ultimately close its doors, but it was primarily because we could not make that funding model work. So a second lesson then, I would say, is that at a time when there is a lot of private sector innovation between online providers and large employers, the kinds of things that Mike Krause was talking about earlier, we did not find the right mix of services that were valued enough to support a neutral, community-based intermediary. I'm not saying this can't be done. We just didn't figure it out to do it. So I've detailed sort of some of our experiences and the challenges. What I would say is a failure to establish a comebacker center. But I can also stand here and count lots of successes in making our campuses more adult-friendly that came from our efforts to collaborate and learn from each other. And you'll be hearing about some of them in some of the other later sessions with Matt Bergman, with Ivy Tech, with JCTC. There's a number of things that are going on. I would like to point out the shining example at U of L of the Bachelor of Science Organizational Learning and Leadership program. This degree program, which is housed in the College of Education and Human Development, is tailor-made for busy schedules of working adults. 8 to 10-week courses that meet online or in the evening. And it allows students to earn up to 48 credit hours through portfolio assessment for prior learning and the relevant experience they've had in their careers. In fact, U of L's OLL program, which has grown from 130 students in 2007 to more than 500 who are currently enrolled is widely regarded in the community as a best in class. And I'm proud that we were early on to recognize that when we awarded them 55,000 Degrees Innovation Award in 2013. Matt Bergman, right over there. In this last year of 55K's 10-year initiative, and yes, we started in 2010, it's 2020, it was a 2020 goal. So we have, just as an aside, we have stood up a successor, or a sustainable successor organization and cradle to career effort called Evolve 502, which is a whole other session at some point, which will include a Promise Scholarship for our public school grads and a deep focus on those wraparound support services so that we improve equity in student outcomes. But on the adult learner front, in this last year, we've been working with the Graduate Network to reconvene our higher ed partners. And the learning and collaboration and exchange continues. We're asking, can others replicate Ivy Tech's debt relief program called Fresh Start? Or U of L's Fresh Start program, which is an academic forgiveness program? Can we reach some kind of collaboration to release transcripts, at least between each other, even when there is debt owed? How are colleges and universities making direct partnerships with employers, such as our Spalding University's online RN to BN program, now being offered to Humana employees across the nation? So let me wrap up. I want to leave you with a few conclusions and a few recommendations. First, don't rebrand your program 4 times in 6 years. It's really hard to get the word out about that. Actually, though, having the banner of 55,000 Degrees helped with that continuity. As one partner said, our community goal helps spread the word about the value of college and the direct impact on workforce and the quality of life. 55K legitimized focus on post-secondary attainment, both within institutions, how to increase their graduation rate and have it be more people graduating, with employers and with the broader community as well. Secondly, identifying and reaching those prospective comebackers is hard, but after that first contact, the real work begins. As others have said, it takes lots of encouragement and touches to convert them to enrollment. And it requires people who are sensitive to the needs of adult learners, knowledgeable about tuition reimbursement at employers, knowledgeable about loan default, and knowledgeable about prior learning and transcript review. You need to invest in a person to be that navigator and coach. Number 3, the best way to make connection with employers, institutions, is to do it yourself. Direct outreach pays dividends when you can not only meet that employer's need, but also help them increase their employee satisfaction by smoothing that path to a degree. That pays dividends to the employer, and they'll know it quickly. And fourth and last, create opportunities to learn from each other, as you are doing here today, and help that adult find the best fit. I'm going to call on Matt Bergman again. He quoted when being interviewed about the value of 55K. You know, everyone is trying to grow enrollment, but we're not all necessarily competing for the same population. So when we get together, as we are here, see what each other's doing, figure out if you can replicate it or modify it, or even collaborate to leverage that impact. So I hope that this story helps a little bit in seeing what you in your communities can do and also what you and your institutions can do. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Think about partnerships, about community goal setting, about mainly about looking at your own practices and policies from the perspective of the adult learner as a worker, a family member, and a student. And luckily, the next panel is you're going to hear directly from those students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary Gwen. How about another round of applause for her? That was a great story. Yay! Okay, we are now going to take a short break. Stretch if you would like. We would like you to. Get up, move around a little bit, and we're going to start back promptly at 12:45. We've got a great presentation and a panel for you to hear from that's really just going to make your day. So 12:45, be back in your seats, ready to go. Thank you. Hello, it's me again. 5 minutes. We're going to start back up in 5 minutes.
Hello, everybody? Hello? I used to teach. I'm going to ask for hands up. Can you all hear me? Thank you. Thank you very much. I think some people are still wandering in, so I will entertain you with a little song and dance. Ah, that got your attention. Nice. No songs. Our next speaker is Dr. Danette Gerald Howard. She is a Senior Vice President and Chief Strategy Officer at the Lumina Foundation. And if you have not yet heard of the Lumina Foundation and that work that they're doing to transform this country, Google them now. Lumina is the nation's largest private foundation focused solely on increasing student access and success in post-secondary education. They have transformed the world of post-secondary education. Dr. Howard oversees several of Lumina's key strategies to increase attainment of high-quality post-secondary degrees and credentials, including strategic work in both state and federal policy. She also leads the foundation's efforts to mobilize and engage employers, metropolitan areas, higher education institutions, and other key actors who have a stake in post-secondary attainment. Before joining Lumina Foundation, Dr. Howard served as the Secretary of Higher Education in Maryland, where she led the state's post-secondary education coordinating agency, the Maryland Higher Education Commission. She oversaw Maryland's statewide financial aid program. She approved new academic programs and institutions seeking to operate in the state, and she advised the governor and legislators on higher education policies and initiatives. Even before that, Dr. Howard was Director of Research and Policy Analysis at the Maryland Higher Education Commission. She also held positions in higher education policy at the Ed Trust in Washington, D.C., and is a researcher at the University of Maryland. She started as a student affairs administrator and admissions counselor at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. Clearly, she has a very comprehensive view of post-secondary education systems. Dr. Howard holds degrees from Howard University, the Harvard Graduate School of Education, and her PhD is in higher education policy from the University of Maryland, College Park. In 2015, she was honored for her outstanding success and national distinction in the fields of education and policy with Howard University's Distinguished Alumni Achievement Award. The Graduate Network and Kentucky Council on Post-Secondary Education would like to thank the Lumina Foundation for supporting the Kentucky Adult Promise Project and their commitment over the years to many similar efforts in Kentucky and across the country. It is my deep honor to welcome Danette.
Alrighty, good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I've enjoyed the discussion that we've had so far this morning. So, as we think about the importance of ensuring that returning adults are a first thought and not an afterthought in terms of our efforts to increase credential completion and statewide attainment, and when we're at these kinds of conferences and meetings that are singularly focused on this important issue, it's almost hard to recall that it wasn't that long ago when you could come into a room like this at a higher education conference like this one, and the topic of completion generally, not even for adults specifically, was not a focal point of the agenda. How many of you remember those days? Even in the early 2000s, it was common to have conversations about strengthening higher education policy and practice that focused on broadening access and increasing opportunity without a related discussion about increasing the number of students who actually make it across the graduation stage. So in 2008, Lumina Foundation established an attainment goal that was developed to help the nation meet its talent needs by increasing the number of individuals with high-quality post-secondary credentials and to allow people to lead more thriving lives by having the credentials we know are necessary to thrive in today's workforce. The goal itself called for 60% of individuals to have high-quality credentials that are valued in the labor market and also provide a pathway to additional educational opportunities by the year 2025. So I'm sure that some of you in this room remember when this goal was set. Let me see again by another show of hands. Way back in 2008. And I remember thinking, well, you know, it's only 2008. We've got a long time until 2025. And now here we are on the cusp of 2025, and we need to take a look at how much progress we've made and how much more we have yet to accomplish. Today, some version of this goal has been adopted by other foundations, by colleges and universities, and by many cities, communities, and regions. So we like to say that this is no longer Lumina's goal, but it's the nation's goal. In fact, 42 other states now join your state, Kentucky, in having quantifiable, codified attainment goals that address their state-specific needs and, importantly, include language about closing gaps in credential attainment that separate Black, Latino, and Native American students from other. And that in and of itself is a significant feat because back in 2008, 2009, there were about 10 states that had these statewide goals, and now we're at 43. There are also now organizations that are exclusively devoted to this cause of increasing completion and attainment. You know them. Achieving the Dream and Complete College America are among the national organizations. And there are also a host of state-level entities throughout the country that are committed to this important work. So, what have we achieved over the last decade or so? The good news is we've made real progress in increasing attainment over a not too long of a period of time. After decades of stagnation in our nation's overall post-secondary attainment rate, we've seen considerable increases, moving from an overall rate of just under 38% to now just under 48%. And when the new data, which include high-quality certifications, are released in a few months, we just might see that number tick up over 50%. So everybody keep your fingers crossed until the new data come out. This is a pretty big deal. And these increases represent over 12 million more people who now have bachelor's degrees, associate degrees, certificates, and certifications that are making a real difference in their own lives and in the lives of their families. And if we hit that 50% mark later this year, it also means we'll be in striking distance of reaching the 60% goal, something that just a decade or so ago would not have seemed probable. Now, since we're talking about progress, let's take a look at the Kentucky story, which in my opinion is even more inspiring than the national one. Over that same 9-year period, your attainment rate has increased even more dramatically than the country's attainment rate. You've increased by 15 percentage points. That takes a lot of hard work. It doesn't happen without intentionality. And I know we're here to talk about what more we have to do, but I think you all should just take a moment to celebrate what you've already done because that's pretty amazing. So while all of this represents lots of good news, both across the country and here in Kentucky, we still have to contemplate who's being left out of our completion cohorts and our completion conversations, and from our student success strategies. When my colleagues and I at Lumina asked ourselves that question just a few years ago, the answer was very clear. We needed to ensure that more of our work was pointedly focused on increasing completion and attainment for students of color and for adult learners. We began targeting our communications efforts on highlighting who today's students actually are, because far too many policy decisions, institutional operations, and in fact, teaching and learning experiences themselves have not been designed with adult learners in mind. But as if most, if not all, college students look like the person that was in Mike's slide earlier today, no, you know that these students are right out of high school, that they're very young adults who are supported by their families, and who, if they work at all, are working part-time. We know, though, that the reality is that the profile of today's students is much more dynamic than that. And you can see here that there are many students who are parents themselves. Many students are struggling to make ends meet while also pursuing their post-secondary credentials. Nearly 40% of students across the nation are older than 25 years old. Many are working full-time. Nearly half are financially independent. Many are students of color. And actually, most students haven't saved a single dollar to put toward their post-secondary education. Now, it's important to keep the profile of today's students in mind because Kentucky, like the rest of the country, has an incredible opportunity to better serve and support many of today's students by prioritizing post-secondary completion for adults. Now, according to a recent report by the National Student Clearinghouse, across the country, there are over 36 million adults with some college but no credential or degree. This means that there are over 36 million folks who started to pursue the higher education that they know that they needed to make a difference in their own lives, but for some reason or another, they weren't able to complete. Now, right here in Kentucky, that number is over 550,000. Over a 4-year period from 2014 to 2018, over 40,000 some college no degree students from Kentucky re-enrolled at a college or university right here in your state. And nearly 11,000 of those who re-enrolled have already completed their credentials. That's pretty fantastic. Now, this is a great start, worthy of applause, but can you imagine what would be possible if there were, across the board, robust financial, academic, and non-academic supports in place for returning adults? Or if course offerings were designed from their inception with these students in mind? If prior work and educational experiences were readily recognized and applied toward post-secondary credentials? How many more of the 550,000 Kentuckians, is that what you call yourselves, Kentuckians? Okay, good. How many more of the 550,000 Kentuckians with some college no degree could obtain their credentials if this mode of operating became the rule rather than the exception? That's what we're here to discuss a little more today. And in a moment, I'm going to be joined by the real experts, current adult learners who will share their firsthand accounts of what it's been like to return to college as an adult student. And they're also going to share how we all can ensure that more adults can successfully navigate their way through the post-secondary system toward the credentials that they know they need and that we all need them to have. So at this time, I'd like for you to join me in welcoming Jill, Michael, Brandon, and Crystal to the stage. You know, I'm sure that we've all been to these sorts of meetings and conferences about students, and we never hear from students. So it's always a thrill when I get to be in a room and to have a conversation with students so we can hear their firsthand accounts of what it's been like to try to navigate their way through this system. So I'd like to start by asking each of you to introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about the credential that you're pursuing, or that you've just completed? And also, why don't you tell the audience what inspired or motivated you to return back to college as an adult student? Brandon?
Hey, how's everybody doing? Yes, my degree is computer information technology. I graduated in December with an associate's, and I'm continuing. And I'm currently pursuing my associate's in arts, which I will obtain in May. I plan on attending Western Kentucky University once I graduate from JCTC. What inspired me to go back to college was I was out of options. So, you know, if I wanted a better life for myself, that's what I had to do.
Thanks, Brandon. Crystal?
Good afternoon. My name is Crystal White. I graduated this past May with my Associates in Arts and also my LPN diploma. Right. Thank you. I'm trying to apply to the RN program at JCTC. In the meantime, I am still taking classes, and I'm on my way to receive my third credential in African American Studies in May. So what motivated me to go back to school? I was working at a medical facility, and I saw the frustration of the patients that came in, frustrated with the healthcare system in general. And I wanted to be their change. I wanted to make a difference. I wanted them to be able to go to somebody that looked like them, that could help them navigate the system, and also help educate them with preventative measures. So instead of just talking about it, I wanted to be about it.
Awesome. Thank you, Crystal. Jill?
Hi, my name is Jill Angeli. I'm a recent graduate of Eastern Kentucky University in December 2018. Thank you. I graduated with my bachelor's in arts and science, but general studies, minor in painting, so I'm in the art field. And the reason I had went back is due to, like you said, jobs. You know, I knew I wasn't going to attain that level of pay that I needed without it. So I knew I needed to do something. I also graduated from KCTC, Somerset Community Associates, went to Western, and then brought me to EKU. So,
thank you, Jill. Mike?
How y'all doing? Mike James. I graduated in '87 with a associate's degree in electronics engineering technology. Had changed careers, gone back to school back in 1995 to go towards computer science. I had to stop because my daughter came along, and I already had 2 boys, and it was time to raise a family. So I put it off for 20 years, actually about 18 years, and went back to school. I'm studying now, and within about a year or so of graduation, information systems geared towards cybersecurity and computer science. What motivated me to do that? I had a 23-year career with Procter & Gamble. It was fantastic, and they treated me well. They offered me a early out for retirement, and I took it, and I felt I had to make myself marketable. So you may ask why at my age I would do that. Because the last years I have before I'm out of the workforce, I want to make them the best with my maximum possibility of making the maximum amount I can so my wife and I can retire well.
And Mike, you didn't share that that little girl that you stopped out of college for is now attending the same college as you are at the same time at Northern Kentucky University. So that's awesome. It's a race to see who's going to graduate, he said. So, you know, I know that it's not an easy decision for an adult to decide to get back into kind of post-secondary education and higher learning. And as you were contemplating this and making the decision, can you tell me a little bit about some of the primary challenges that you faced or what you had to juggle along the way to your credential? Brandon, you can start.
To me, my biggest barrier was I hadn't been in school for probably 20 years, so just having to go back and refresh my memory with all the things that I learned at a younger age and basically playing catch up. Financially, I didn't really have many financial barriers. I tell people all the time that since I've been at Jefferson, I haven't had a bad experience or nothing's really held me back. So on that aspect, I've been pretty blessed.
So all the people from Jefferson Technical and Community College in the room, use that quote in your promotional materials. That's awesome.
For me, I had to learn how to balance school, work, and family. When I initially went back, the job that I was working for could not accommodate my school schedule, so I had to quit my job and seek out other resources so that I could continue to stay in school. Learning the best time for me to study, which I found out is early morning when everybody is asleep. And just, trying to figure out how to juggle and make it all work.
Yeah, mine's about the same situation. Mine was money, though, family. My kids were a little bit older, so that helped. I can imagine if they were young, that would be even harder. Getting around is not as easy when you get older either, things like that. Yeah, that's about it. Changing from working to, going to class and then being around the younger people, all the time. That was kind of a hurdle, but easy enough. Parking, things like that. So, but other than that.
Things that I've run into, I agree with Brandon, going back and trying to settle your mind back to studies is not the easiest thing to do. I found a way, I think as we all do, we adapt and we do it. And I had sat down when I was thinking about going back, I sat down with my wife, we had a very long talk. She's been fantastic in this process. She knows that when the semester is going on, she takes over what she can do, but in the meantime, I still have to be dad and fix cars and cut the grass and be handyman around the house when I can get it in. But without her, I think this would be a whole lot tougher. She supports me knowing that it's going to work out the best for all of us.
So, Mike, you can hold on to that because I'm going to start with you for the next question. Sometimes when we think about adult learners, we tend to focus on or never move beyond some of the challenges and barriers that exist. But I know that with each of your stories, you're also very adamant about the support services and the help that you've received from your college or from your family. And so I'd like for you to talk a little bit about some of the resources or supports that have really helped you get to this point in terms of your pursuit of your degree. Mike, do you want to start because you mentioned the 8-week courses as one of them?
Yes. First of all, we at Northern have a set of advisors, and my advisor, I thought I saw her sitting there. She is Kim McCoy. She's helped me out quite a bit getting through the process.
That's okay. You can clap for the advisors too. Look, during this panel, you are free to break out into thunderous applause at any time for any reason. So
she's been very patient with me in trying to get through this because I know we've done some different roundabout ways of doing things. One of the great things that we have there, I don't know if they do this at any of the other Kentucky universities, but the 8-week courses are fantastic. They're very intense. It allows me to get through 2 classes in one semester, whereas I think if I was taking those 2 classes in 16-week courses, it would be a little tougher just because you have to concentrate on 2 different subjects. In the 8-week course, you can just focus and you get right through it. You know it's going to be over quick, and usually I know I retain information a whole lot better that way. That's just me. So, I mean, there's been Oh, I'm trying to think of what else. Of course, we have a very good information systems and computer science program now where we're at Northern. But I have not had really any other barriers from that standpoint. And it's been fantastic talking to a lot of the instructors also, because a lot of them, the night instructors, also have experience during the day. They come from jobs and they come and teach, and having that experience, you can go to them and say, hey, what do I need to do to start breaking into this field? Because that's one of the things I have brought up to our cybersecurity show that we have in October, was internships for the adults. And that's very important, because when you get into that, I mean, I need an internship that's going to help pay my mortgage and my car payment and help my family and bills and stuff like that. I can't go with a smaller internship or a lower paying internship.
That's great, thank you. Do you want to pass it down to others who want to comment on this?
Okay, I'd love to, because I've gotten tremendous help. So first off, I want to thank everybody in here, because it's helped me more, just not just my higher education, but in my life aspect tremendously. And I live in a town, in a college community town, and I work in another college community town, and it benefits the community tremendously. So that being said, so starting out with Somerset, at the time it was only a 2-year course, so I had to transfer out of there. That is not the case anymore, thank goodness. So people that live around that area can stay in that area and complete the 4-year. Western was tremendous too, but when I got to Eastern, I was brought in through the transfer department, and Lisa Cox was my counselor, and just tremendous. Definitely. And because of her, then it started me on this path of introducing me to other programs that I could get into. Because for me, it was low income, single parent. And I had no home, no money. So with that, I was able to get with a program that's called the Scholar House. There on campus, I was able to have a home with me and my son. And then through that, at the university, they had an employment service that helped with single parents. So through that, I was able to get employment while I attended school. And it's just one thing after another, the help that it was, provided. And that was through the college and there on campus and so close. And it made such a difference, such a difference. So things like that, if you can continue to do that for us, it's just amazing. So
that's great.
Yeah,
Thank you, Jill.
To everyone.
Crystal, do you want to comment on that one?
I do. Being here in Louisville has a variety of services. You have to play a little bit of seek and find to find them, but they are there and they're available. I too am a current resident of Family Scholar House, and I also have utilized Mom's Closet. JCTC has a program, a Ready to Work program that I tapped into once I quit my full-time job. And also 15K, I'm a 15K ambassador, and 15K has provided an amazing network of mentors and just people within the community that want to help, and I can't say enough about it. So I'm from a small town, and I will tell you that if I was still living in my small town, I probably would not go back to school, because the resources are not there. So being here in a city is a big advantage.
Thank you. Brandon?
So I've had a lot of mentors and a lot of resources, the same as Crystal, with 15,000 Degrees, Rise Together. If it hadn't been for that program, I doubt I would still be in college. So again, I'm going to echo, I haven't had any bad experiences. So a lot of people's been there to help me. Miss Sims, she's there. And Dr. Smith. So, yeah.
So I hope you can all tweet that he hasn't had any bad experiences. That's awesome. So, Crystal and Brandon, you both mentioned that you're 15K Rise Together ambassadors. Can you talk a little bit about how your personal experience as an adult learner has helped you in your role as an ambassador, help with other students?
Yes, just being older, you know, you have more experiences than the younger ladies and gentlemen. I just feel like that if I was younger at their age, I don't think I would have probably completed college. So, and I think with my experience, it helps a lot of the younger students. I like to help as much as I can. So, yeah.
That's great. Crystal?
One of the requirements of being an ambassador is to also serve as a mentor to the other students. And the students that come through 15K, some are first time, some are fresh out of high school, some are also adult learners. And I kind of tend to gravitate toward the adult learners simply because I'm there right now and I know how they feel. It's overwhelming, it's frustrating. It's extremely frustrating if you're not tech savvy. And, you know, to go from pen and paper to Blackboard, I hate Blackboard, I hate it. But I use it because I have to. So just learning how to maneuver.
Great, thank you. So you can pass the mic right on over to Jill because I want to talk to you, Jill, about your decision to go on to complete your certificate, which you've already almost done at this point, even after you earned your bachelor's degree. So, you know, you got the higher education bug, you got your associate degree, you went on to your bachelor's degree, and now you're getting a certificate on top of that. Tell me a little bit about that decision.
Yes, so the certificate will be in apparel design. I've sewed for years, so, you know, I can say I have experience sewing. But the courses that are offered through, you know, the university are, it's knowledge that I don't know about, you know, and it's a professional teaching me, and I just need that. And then also, too, I think it just makes it's a difference when people see your accomplishments, you know, that, you know, look what I've obtained, you know, by doing these courses. I don't just go and just sew, you know, there's more to it behind this, you know. So that's one of the reasons I'm going to continue. And then, of course, I'm still thinking of
people around me to help support me while I finish this process.
That's great.
With my children, like I said, I was fortunate they are older. I feel that when I was attending school that I kind of was doing the role model for my son, you know. Look, he sees me going to school every day, and hopefully that was encouraging him to continue too, so he can do well. And I believe it did. I mean, I think he was always so proud, it seemed, you know, when I would make the dean's list, or I would do this, or, you know, accomplish that. So, and then I was fortunate enough too that I was able to attend college with both my daughters. When my oldest is at Western, I spent the year with her there, and my youngest daughter is at Eastern currently, will graduate in the fall, so I spent the year with her also. So what an experience that was, you know, tremendous. It was great. So.
Thank you. So you have a captive audience in this room, and it's filled with college presidents and other administrators, advisors, folks who are specializing and focusing in student success, maybe even some policymakers. What do you want all of these folks to know about the complex lives of adult students and how they might be able to help ensure that more returning adults are actually able to make it across the graduation stage?
So for me, that in my case, and if I think of others, we're on a different level than at that age, and you all know that. A lot of times we're the same age, or we're even older than our professors. So keep in mind that when we come in, we do have experience, and we do have previous, you know, knowledge of school. We're not starting out fresh. So I guess the change of mindset and perspective, seeing it in a different way, that in itself would probably help a lot. And then the programs available, you know, there's a lot we have to help our, you know, kids getting out of high school, you know, that they need to learn all of this stuff, and we understand that, but then within our case, it's different that we need, you know. Like me, I needed housing or child care, or, you know, they'll need, you know, employment that would help, you know, why they're doing this, that could pay for the rent, you know. So it's a whole different set, and it's hard for, I guess, everybody to accommodate, you know, that. We understand that, but yeah, anything helps.
Anybody else want to take that question?
Yeah. Okay. Trying to think, there's several things I think that would be great. Having the adult-oriented classes is fantastic because I know I've sat in some of the classes where there have been mixed or a lot of younger kids, and nothing against the younger kids. I think they're fantastic, but sometimes I guess the class, you sort of feel like you're sitting around a bunch of young children. You are, but I don't mean it that way, but it's like, come on guys, let's get through class, let's stop, you know, what's going on, and you don't want to try to ruffle any feathers, but that, and like I said, the 8-week courses are really good. I know when I first came back to school, started the process back in 2016, somebody had given me a phone number and I had called, not aware of who I was speaking to, and had explained, you know, that I want to come back to school, this, and that, and the other thing. And they said, well, you got to get in with an advisor. You don't just, you know, call here expecting that from us. And it's like, okay, I'm 15 years out from retirement. Does that help? And they were like, oh, okay, let me get you with the right people. It was a whole different mindset. The whole attitude changed and everything, and I got put in touch with the correct people. So I think that's fantastic, but I think it'd be great understanding, you know, we're adults like us when we're especially have not been in school for so long, and we're coming back not knowing what to expect, and who we're talking to, and things of that nature, because a lot of the people that I knew that were there when I was first in there were there, and some of them were not there. So that's always extremely, extremely helpful, because it's just as scary as it can be for a younger kid to get out of high school and go into college. A 50-year-old to look at school and what's ahead of you and what you have to do sometimes can be overwhelming also. So just something to keep in mind.
Crystal or Brandon, do you want to? You shouldn't feel like you have to, but if you want to add anything.
No, Jill hit everything on the head. I mean, she touched everything exactly the way I felt when I came back.
Great. So I have one more question for the panel, and then we're going to turn it over to the audience for a couple of questions. You know, I remember that when I was in graduate school, I read something that resonated with me and has stayed with me, and that was that when you're the first person in your family to earn a college degree, you not only change your life trajectory, but the life trajectory of everyone in your family who comes after you. I know that to be true personally. My mom went back to school when I was 6 months old and graduated when I was in the 3rd grade, and we went to Disney World to celebrate. So if you want to incentivize your kids to go to college, that's a good way to do it. But given that is true, about that idea of changing the life trajectory of everyone who comes after you, what kind of legacy do you hope to leave for your children and your children's children and your other family members by having earned your college degree?
I'll let you go.
This isn't a surprise question.
Goodness. I'm really not a good person to answer this question simply because my son already knows the importance of education. I'm going to brag on him a little bit because he is just turned 6. He loves math. He's already adding and subtracting. He scored in the 90th percentile on his math and on the MAP testing. So he's a learner. I feel like my job is done and he's just getting started. So, but you know, he sees me doing homework. He likes to do homework, and I just try to make sure that I expose him to different things so he'll continue to want to learn.
It's great.
Okay. For my legacy, I want for my children to know, and then they can see also too, that it wasn't only just the knowledge that I received, but all the other things that I received that has helped me. Confidence, you know, commitment, because that's hard to stick it out 4 years and you're like, you want to give up, but, you know, help, you know, the community and the education based is just amazing. Because they're, you know, they do truly, genuinely want to help you and want you to achieve and do better in life. And I think that's what I wanted to see, that you can do better, you know, that we don't always have to just struggle, that things will get better. So I want them to always remember that.
Great. Thanks, Jill. Mike?
I've got 2 of my children, aside from my wife. I've already talked quite a bit about what she's done, but my daughter, who's in school with me, of course, we're always talking about things at school and things like that, and we're comparing notes as far as grades when it gets to the end of the semester and tests and stuff. But my middle son, he's got a fantastic job with Toyota, and he's now inspired to go back to school. He originally wanted to do mechanical engineering, but when he started to see what I was doing in computer science and stuff, he always liked automation. This is something that he's been just bugging me about and asking me all kinds of questions. The other nice thing too is I can put that out there to my family. Hey, I did this on the test, this happened, or I had that. And he will be the first one to come back and say, there, you go, Dad, this is great, fantastic. And it's great to see that you're pulling this off. And he's vocally said, I can't wait to see you graduate. So it's good that I'm hopefully being of inspiration to them, because I want to set a good example for them as much as possible, especially my daughter and my son that wants to go back. So
That's great. Brandon, do you want to take that one?
Hopefully I leave a legacy of just being a good leader, a leader by example, and hopefully me going to college will inspire a lot of my family members to want to go, and hopefully they see that education is something that pays off and that's necessary.
That's great. So first, please join me in thanking these wonderful students. graduates. Are there any questions from the audience? We have one right here.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nisha Brangers, and I'm with the University of Kentucky. First of all, I just wanted to sincerely congratulate you guys on your accomplishments. I think that it's the testament of the beauty of education, so congratulations on that. But can you talk to us a little bit about what your individual colleges did to kind of enhance that sense of belonging, and what those tactics were? Like as an adult learner, how they engaged you, how they interacted with you, how they made you feel like you belonged there.
I think for both of us, it was the implementation of 15K. If it wasn't for Ms. Sims Brooks, she's there, point blank period. She is a resource. If she doesn't have the answer, she will find the answer. And just being a part of that program has helped us tremendously. The program is mixed with both new students, first-time students, and adult learners, so that helps. But without that program, we probably wouldn't be sitting here.
Mine, I'd have to say the first start was Somerset, and what they did right, I'd say, is directed me in the correct path that suited me. So I say a lot of people are in the wrong jobs, and they need to be in another job and somebody else needs in that position. Well, it's the same in school. If you start taking classes that aren't suited for you, don't even, need them or this or that, then you're going down the wrong, and it makes it so much harder. So that was that. Western was just the programs they offered. They were big on international, diversity and inclusion, and art was huge there. So, and then Eastern, when I got with Lisa Cox, and like I said, if she didn't know something, she would sure find somebody that did. And there was so many other programs there that, helped me. So that was what they did.
Northern was very good about pushing me in the correct direction and who to talk to. With Kim, she works with the adult learners there. And I really, as far as school and things in general, there was a few classes that I took, especially the astronomy class that I took as a general studies course. I actually got along very well with the instructor, and we talked about a lot, so I tend to try to get involved in some things that I could do there when I had time. So those kind of things made me feel sort of inclusive, but there were also, because my daughter being involved there, I'm involved in other stuff with her going to school there, so, which is really awesome. Outside of that, that's about it.
Yes.
Yes, I'm going to try to say this question correctly. Just congratulations to you all, your great news story. I do want to focus question to Brandon. At some of the statistics, it's already been shown that there's, I guess, about 70% of the college students are female. Is that correct? Something like that?
Oh, that was from the
Or is a higher
presentation.
percent of females, but when in some circles, underrepresented minorities or few in number, in the black male is the lowest.
Right.
So Brandon, you said you have no problems, and that's a great news story. And I just want you, if you can, I mean, nothing deep, but can you just give a little bit more of what they have done to make you feel welcome and to help you in whatever, because I think some folks that can help us in the room to see if we're not doing these things, this is how you make more Brandons or more whoever needs to go along. Okay.
I mean, I think that answer is pretty simple for me, because once I first came to Jefferson, they surrounded me with people that look like me, that have similar backgrounds as me and think like I do. So, I mean, yes, it was strategically done, I think.
So I think the folks in the room may have trouble hearing. If you could get the mic if you want to ask a question.
You mentioned the Rise Up program, and I didn't know what all that entailed and if that helped any.
Yes, so the Rise Together program is a spinoff of what Miss Wheeler does. It's a spinoff of 55,000 Degrees. It's called 15,000 Degrees, and it's a program for African American students in the 5 Zones of Hope neighborhood in Louisville. So, yeah, so we all, have similar backgrounds, and we all look alike.
So it seems like there may, perhaps there should be an opportunity for sharing some of the best practices, and we have their incredible advisor over there who's been nodding her head vigorously as they've been speaking. So maybe you could delve a little deeper at some other time into what exactly you're doing to provide these wraparound support services that have your students say that everything has gone swimmingly, right? So maybe we can provide some time for that to happen. Do you want to say 1 or 2 things now? If we can get the mic to you very quickly, then maybe we can just have you comment, and then we can go back to the next question.
Hi, everyone. So the Rise Together program that Crystal and Brandon have talked about economic status is super low. So those neighborhoods for black folks, I'm just gonna say it, black people, it's Black History Month, it's okay. For black people, there was either little to no degree attainment where folks had started working on those degrees and didn't finish, or they hadn't started at all. And so this was a community initiative. The black community in Louisville came to the college and said, look, we want to team up and do something about this. What can we do? So this is a community and college initiative together. This is not the brainchild of the college, and I have to say that because the community has to take an invested interest in what's going on with black students all over, and it has made the world of a difference for our students. So something that the students, that Brandon and Crystal experience, is that they all get a community mentor and they get a college mentor, and they're mentored by the who's who of Black Louisville, and that makes a difference. Just today on campus we had Alwyn Hilton, who is a philanthropist and business person here in Louisville, and he spends considerable time with Brandon and with all our students, and they put their money where their mouth is. Our students have a persistence and graduation fund, so if they run up against a financial barrier, rent, car, life's emergencies, they have a fund that they can tap into to address that, that we can, pay that bill directly off. And we've paid mortgages, light bills, child care, all of those things, because we know that those are the things that keep our students from being successful. If I have to worry about my rent and I need to pick up an extra shift and that conflicts with English, I'm not going to English, I'm going to pay my rent, right? They also meet with us one-on-one, so I have a wonderful team. Ariel Snow is here. I have another team member, Indigo Cornelison, and 2 interns, and we meet with our students strategically at certain points in the semester. So we all know that first 6 weeks is critical, right? We meet with them then, and we don't want to just know about your academics. I want to know what's going on outside of school that may show up in the classroom, right? So if you're hungry, we have a wonderful hub pantry on campus that students can tap into. I'm meeting with you as often as needed, and we all get together strategically at strategic points in the semester to debrief those meetings. And we have an at-risk, what's going on, and any student that has stopped out, we're still in communication with them. We're still texting, how can we get you back? What can we do? We do enrichment trips, so it's important for students to be able to see that, you can go here and do this and you belong here. So we do cultural trips. In the next 3 weeks, we're going to Memphis. We're going to the National Civil Rights Museum. We're going to Slave Haven. We're going to a couple other places because it's important that our students can see themselves there, right? We can talk about it all day.
That's great. I know so you can talk about it all day.
All day.
And we want you to be able to talk more about it because that's fantastic. Thank you. So let's connect up. And I think that the information you shared, but also the passion that you have for your work is why your students can sit here and say that they've had such an excellent experience. So thank you very much. And we're going to move on to one last question. Ray, here, Tanya.
Hi, hopefully you won't get tired of people congratulating everything that you've done. I would like to know a little bit more about how your colleges and your communities have helped you choose your careers and how that transition from college to careers has been for you, and what some of the things are that you wish you had known about before choosing your major, because earnings are very tightly connected to majors. Jill, please get that MFA. And we want to know more about how colleges can better offer career services to students enrolled.
You can each take maybe about 30 seconds to answer that question.
So for me, I think that when I chose my major, I felt like the hardest thing that I could do that would make the most money. So, I mean, I know it sounds kind of crazy, but I don't think Miss Sims had a hand on like helping people choose their majors. I think it's more like she lets you choose your major, but she kind of say, okay, what do you like to do? Does this fit what you like to do? I think we even did maybe like career assessment papers at the beginning of our first year to see, kind of where we fall in line with the degree that we chose.
Anybody else want to answer that?
For me, I kind of did it backwards. The first time I went to school, my major was accounting. So to go from accounting to nursing, a really big difference. But I was already working in the field, saw that it was something that I felt like I needed to do, I wanted to do. I enjoy helping people. I will say, being in the nursing program, a lot of students are in it for the wrong reason. They're in it because it's guaranteed, stable job, good career, money. But then when you go to the clinical side and you actually have to work and you have to, these are real people, these are real lives that you're dealing with, that mindset is completely different. So maybe if there was an opportunity to shadow or have a round table and just discuss with the students to make sure that that's something that they want to do, do a scenario or a real life situation before they have paid thousands and thousands of dollars and they're stuck in this career that they hate.
Right.
I guess I'm pretty fortunate because, like I said, Somerset led me, to the art field. And then all of Eastern Kentucky, I'm sure the whole Kentucky, but is just like heavily based art. I work in Berea now, and this was the capital of the art community. So, so the community itself of what is around me influenced me too and helps me. Now I know like a lot of colleges are, they have what they're best at, what they offer more of. Like Western was big international. And like UK, they have a really good master's, so if I do go back, I hate to say that, but I probably tend to go there. But so, and that's hard if you're wanting to do something that is close to you, and you have to stay close to home, but they don't really, it's not what they it's not like their major, thing. So that kind of makes it hard on you if you want to go in that field, but it's not by you. If they could help, with that.
Yeah, that's a good consideration. Yeah. And Michael, you want to bring us home?
Yeah, I'll try to elaborate a little bit. I sort of knew what I wanted to do. I knew I was interested in automation and computers and electronics. But one of the things I had thought about would be really nice for any of the schools to do, maybe even start as in high school with it, but even when you're an adult, to be able to have a shadowing program in a business that you might be interested in and get in there, you might find out in the nursing field, oh, I don't want to deal with this. Or, wow, this is really great, I want to do it. Or like in the computer world, do I really want to deal with this 24/7 or do I not want to deal with it, that kind of thing. So it's not really an internship, but it's the capability to shadow somebody else in the field and learn what's behind it. And possibly even sit down with an advisor or something that would be like, somebody that would be like an advisor to, you can ask questions to and maybe they can narrow it down to, say, 2 or 3 areas that you could go into and say, hey, I'd like to shadow this person for a couple days and see what it's like to do this. So that's about all I have.
Well, that's great. And on that note, can you join me one more time in thanking these exceptional students and graduates?
Again, thank you, Danette, Jill, Michael, Brandon, and Crystal. What a great job and what an inspiration to all of us. I think that their words were words that we all need to take to heart in action to really help support our adults in returning. They need a path just like everybody else, and being intentional about how we support our adults is critical to their success. So again, we were so pleased to have you here with us today. I think I would like to end the session here with, first of all, commenting on the fact that I believe we had some great presenters today, and it was an excellent program. So if you agree, we'll take a round of applause, and if you don't, that's okay. Thank you. Okay, up next, so listen carefully. You are going to go up in your program on page 5 are the descriptions, of 4 different sessions that you can go to. You get to choose one at 2 o'clock and then another one at 3:15. Now, I know the teams that are here from all of our schools have already divided up and conquered, so you can make sure you get to all 4 so you can debrief tonight or tomorrow on your way home. So that's number 1. The sessions will start at 2 o'clock. The first one will end at 3. There'll be a 15-minute break, and then the next session will begin at 3:15 and end at 4:15. Then at 4:15, as you come out of your rooms, there'll be a reception set up. There'll be people passing food around. There'll be a cash bar. And yes, we have a credit card, so that's a credit card machine. So those of you that don't have cash, you'll actually be able to get a drink. We'll also have soft drinks and water and stuff too. So that's the evening activities. About 4:30 this evening, we have another surprise for you. So additional information about 4:30. So be sure and stay and be at the reception then. All right, so tomorrow, I just need to give a quick heads up tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning's breakfast, which is a full buffet breakfast, will begin at 7:30, right out in that hallway right behind us. You will eat breakfast in room D, which is to the left, and then you will come in here at 8:15, 8:30, when we're beginning promptly at 8:30 with Dr. Aaron Thompson. So everybody knows you're going to go upstairs. There's plenty of signs to tell you which session to go to. You're going to stay in a session, you're going to break, go to another session, and then we're going to have a reception and converse, talk, and have a great time. See you in just a little bit. Thank you. Oh, one other thing. Please take everything with you. Don't forget your coats. Take everything with you. That pad of paper, that pen from the Marriott, it's all yours.